based on the work Secretariat is doing with the technology mechanism bodies, with the Technology Executive Committee, Climate Technology Center Network, with our contributions, which we were able to do through TNAs to NDC process, to GST process, and I'm very happy we have these good speakers with us. We will do the event in 2 tranches. First, we will have expertise in TNA, NDC, and GST processes presented to you, and then the second, we will hear some concrete experiences from least developed countries who are here with us, and also we will hear from a Green Climate Fund on their options and possibilities how to support these processes. You all agree with me if I say our main priority here is to enhance implementation of climate technology, and being privileged to work longer time with the Secretariat and all these partners, I know all these processes are concretely supporting countries, especially LDCs and developing countries, in enhancing the implementation or better gap between their needs and realized projects. So our first speaker, and I'm happy to have him here, is a chair of Technology Executive Committee and our dear colleague Stig Svenningsson, and he will provide an opening to this event. Please, Stig.
Thank you very much, Vladimir, and good afternoon, dear guests, distinguished speakers, and participants. Let me welcome you all to this side event focusing on accelerating NDC implementation and addressing global stocktake outcomes through technology needs assessments. At the core of the Paris Agreement lies the nationally determined contributions, which are steering us towards achieving the agreement's long-term objectives. However, numerous developing countries encounter formidable obstacles in meeting their NDC targets, primarily due to restricted access to advanced climate technologies and also financial resources. The technology needs assessment process, mandated under the UNEP-CCC, plays a vital role in aiding developing countries to identify and prioritize their technological requirements for climate mitigation and adaptation. The TNAs serve as a strategic mechanism to facilitate the transfer and deployment of requisite technologies in these nations, and thereby fortifying the attainment of their NDC objectives. The Global Stocktake, an integral part of the Paris Agreement, undertakes the critical task of evaluating collective progress towards the agreement's overarching goals. This is done by harmonizing NDCs with TNAs to support the Global Stocktake process and harnessing its insights. Nations are better positioned to discern, prioritize, and implement climate technologies effectively. Such an alignment not only enhances the efficiency of the NDCs, but also fosters international cooperation, capacity building, and the mobilization of resources essential for the deployment of climate technologies. Such collaborative efforts may propel us forward in our collective response to the pressing challenges posed by climate change. Throughout this side event, we aim to explore synergies between NDCs, TNAs, and the Global Stocktake, and how this alignment can catalyze transformative actions. Our focus will revolve around experiences in implementing innovative strategies, collaborative approaches, and deployment of climate technologies. I would like to give a warm welcome to our speakers whose expertise and contributions will enrich our dialogue today. And let's further explore ways to accelerate NDC implementation and effectively address the global stocktake outcomes through the technology needs assessment process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stig, for your kind words and introducing this event. Our first speaker is Sarah Traerup, who has an experience in project management, and of course she had also experience in research and advisory-based work in the field of climate change technologies and sustainable development. She's working with UNEP Climate Change Center, and she's basically working with countries, establishing partnership in how to developed TNA project since 2009 in the frame of Global Technology Needs Assessment Project. Sarah supported many countries since 2009, also personally, also with her teams in bringing TNA and TAP into the light of the day. She would like to speak today about the TNA process, what brought the TNA process based on her 2 countries, what it brought to people, to other audiences, like people who could financially and technically support the TNA project, and what possible linkages may be for countries when they would like to link TNA process with NDC, and what the results probably of the first GST process could bring to this, how they can influence this work in future. Please, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Vladimir, and to the Secretariat for organizing the event and inviting us to speak. I'm happy to be here and sharing with colleagues and with you who are here. So, yes, I'm Sarah Trerup, working at the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. We have managed the Global Technology Needs Assessment Project since 2009. It's a project that is funded by the Global Environment Facility. And we have now, at the moment, reached 100 countries and starting up the work, or almost 100 countries starting up the work next year in 17 additional countries. You can see here the flow of how the project has been implemented throughout since 2009. It is new countries joining the project in each of these phases. However, for the 5th phase that we are starting next year, countries for the first time are rejoining the project. 12 of the 17 countries have requested to rejoin and update their technology needs assessments and technology action plans, utilizing their STAR allocations within the GEF, whereas in the past it was funded through a global set-aside. When we speak about technology needs assessments and technology action plans, we speak about a process whereas countries focus on key sectors for mitigation and adaptation. It is a country-driven process led by a national focal point in a ministry, typically the Climate Change Office or Division, who works with a team of national consultants. This means that it is not us as UNEP who are doing the work, who are carrying out the assessments, the prioritization, but we build capacity of the countries, of the national teams to conduct this stakeholder-driven process. Throughout the project lifetime, we have capacity building and technical support from our regional partners in all of the regions. We work with University of Cape Town, we work with ENDA in Senegal, we also work with AIT in Thailand and with University of South Pacific in Fiji, and also with University of West Indies in the Caribbean. We have several steps in the process of the project. So first thing is identifying, prioritizing technologies within the key sectors. Secondly, looking into the prioritized technologies, what are the barriers hindering the, we call it transfer, but it's really the diffusion and uptake of the technologies, and what are the enabling frameworks required for creating the conditions for this upscaling of implementation. Then as the next step, and also what we hear about here in the negotiations, we have the TAPs, the technology action plans, and uptake and diffusion. Then as a relatively new component, we've integrated also the plans. These are really a programmatic approach that can be focused on a large-scale transfer of a technology with multiple units of a technology in a country. It can also include single projects such as pilot projects. It's really a detailed plan with different activities, with different actions, including timelines, budgets, risks, etc. So this is really what we talk about also when we hear here more about we want bankable projects, we want implementable TAPs here in the convention context. Just to give you an idea of what countries are focusing on, they typically focus on agriculture, water for adaptation, energy, transport, waste management for mitigation. Technologies here, these are examples, or you can see here the overview of priorities from the energy sector. It's to a large extent solar energy, hydropower, bioenergy, energy efficiency, appliances. For the adaptation sector, water, We have water storage, harvesting, monitoring and modeling, water management, and so forth. As it is created, it is quite a broad definition. So here you can see also in the water sector we have organizations working also with the tech and with the CTCN. We also have quite comprehensive of the challenges. We know what are the needs, what should be done, and how do we do this. So this is a summary of technology executive. Overcoming the economic and financial challenges, we know that's really key, but for none of the technologies, this is simply the only challenge that needs to be overcome. We focus on, or countries identify that it's required that a combination of market stimulation, but also human capacity development is required. Then also, as a key highlight, I would say that countries focus on that governments themselves have a key role to play in actually creating the enabling frameworks through institutional capacity building, through regulatory frameworks, and through policies that really create the conditions for the markets to work. And then, as a last point here, there's a need for education and training, also assisting countries in the early stage decision making on how can we match with finance that is available, and how do we actually target these resources that are there and access the resources. I also included a slide because here we are also going to speak about the NDCs and the Global Stocktake, and what we have done also with the CTCN and with the Technology Executive Committee starting last year, we produced this assessment of what are the countries expressing in terms of technology needs. That's of course key, but what progress are we making in implementing these technologies, what has enabled it, and where are the gaps? And building on this understanding, how do we better enhance climate technology development and transfer? And this is available in this new report. There are some at the door down there that you can grab, but they're also available online. So with the technology needs assessment, they have fed into the could say overall global stocktake process in terms of where we're at and what can we do, but we also hope that an outcome from the COP28 is also, okay, how can we further identify the gaps on what to do, and those countries that are starting up their technology needs assessments next year will then be in a situation where they can use the recommendations from the global stocktake in framing their assessments going forward. So that is also one of the aspirations and opportunities that we see. And then also speaking to the NDCs, we saw already years ago that 70% of the countries that prepared their first INDCs and NDCs used the technology needs assessments to identify how can we reach our targets and make the NDCs much more concrete in terms of we have the technology action plans, we actually have a pathway for how to achieve our ambitions, and through that we can even enhance our ambitions because now we have a plan for how to reach the targets. There are several and many examples in the reports themselves, and I won't go through those, but just to highlight that it is the tool for countries to practically make implementation plans for how to reach NDC targets. I will stop here. All the country reports are available also on the UNEP-CCC TT Clear website, but also on the Technology Needs Assessment website, techaction.org. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So Sarah is the person behind TNA. If any country would like to extend their TNA or update it, she's the person to talk to. She did it already in five rounds, 5 phases of the Global TNA project, and there is a future of TNA with this project, which was also confirmed by the GEF. So the process is continuing in future, and we are very happy about that. The next speaker is Mr. Romeo Bertolini. Romeo is the director for NDC Partnership He worked previously for Federal Minister of Germany for Economic Cooperation and Development. He's got significant experience working also in remote countries such as Namibia, other African countries. He joined BMZ unit in climate. He was responsible for mitigation topics, climate investment funds, also communication and society relation. And of course, he set up NDC Partnership. Romeo was working with us in looking where the TNA process can be useful for in terms of identification of technologies, climate technologies for NDC partnership or development of NDC, how it can help implementation of NDC, and we also did first work under the hat of Technology Executive Committee looking at potential linkages between these processes. We are very happy to have him here today. Please, Romeo.
Thank you very much, and excellent. There's the. Let me get this up. Let me see whether that works properly. Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure, of course, to be here. And I think it couldn't have been starting off better than with Stig and Sarah talking about the work on the tech committee, of course, the TNAs and the technology assessment plans. I think what I want to try to tell you is a little bit how this all links to the NDCs, and of course what the NDC partnership is doing. We are basically a coalition, and next slide please, of many countries, and the next slide after that, many countries and international organizations. And what our vision is and our idea is to make sure that the demand from countries, developing countries, especially in the global south, for support around implementation of the NDCs, tackling the NDCs as what they are, a part of the national development, basically, and making sure that, you know, countries are having, also with lower capacity. I was talking this morning at the event for the SIDS, making sure that they are not only, of course, delivering on the NDCs, and make sure that they're also taking adaptation and resilience into account, but also make sure that they are supported as the ones that have not caused climate change and suffer the most from the global north, in a consistent, coordinated way, avoid duplication, be as synergetic as possible. Next slide, please. We all know the global challenge, of course, and I don't need to look into this, but just one point here, that of course we have the cycle of the NDCs. The NDCs, as we know, are not enough to make the Paris goal happen right now. Otherwise we wouldn't need the Global Stocktake, and I'm sure that Harald will come up with quite some insights there in a minute. But of course, NDCs, technology needs assessments, national adaptation plans are instruments that are making only sense, of course, if they are put on the table, if they're like integrated in the country's needs, and if they are financed. And this is mobilizing finance for programmatic approaches towards NDC and climate action is a very, very important element of the work that all our members are committed to. Next slide, please. Just a couple of examples here when it comes to the concrete interaction that we've been facilitating in the roundup and the run-up to the next NDC update process, which was back towards the Glasgow COP. In Antigua and Barbuda, for instance, we have been mobilizing IRENA to make sure that they are conducting a renewable energy technology needs assessment, to look into what is needed in the next revision of the NDC, and what kind of appropriate technologies, what kind of economics, what kind of ecosystem, also in terms of the regulatory environment is there, and what ideally can be adjusted and worked. The same or similarly with Nigeria, CTCN and UNIDA jointly supported a TNA and made sure that this TNA is in line with the NDC and informs the NDC with respect to the specific needs in the sectors that have been addressed. And in Jamaica, it was again CTCN support for the research and technology development agenda in line with 5 NDC priority sectors, amongst them transport, adaptation, agriculture, mitigation energy, and if I remember correctly, cities. So this was basically one part of the work that we are doing when it comes to the cycle of the NDCs, when it comes to the scaling up of this work, and I think it is extremely important that this plugging in and this alignment is working, and the mutual information is flowing in order also to make sure that the best technologies, the efficient technologies and the most appropriate technologies are applied. A lot of information is needed there, of course, but without kind of the broader connection to climate action and the national development planning, this is really difficult to achieve. If you go to the next slide, please. The way we are working, and you will see that as members and colleagues and cooperation partners in the next years to come, is basically that we are circulating requests of our partner countries to the international community, and you are all welcome that also deliver on technology requests to look into that, to connect to me, to look into our database, where are requests from countries that are related to technology, be it in electric vehicles, be it in wind power, be it in green hydrogen, be it in other aspects of adaptation, even low-tech solutions, of course, when it comes to agriculture. All of this is possible and is also plugged in. We are right now, and I think that's two more sentences here, working on what we call a thematic call. The thematic calls that we are bringing out there also for our partner countries are there in order to make sure we are working towards the next round of NDCs, but also looking into the net zero perspective. And countries are increasingly coming up, and I think that will be also something that comes out of the stocktake towards the 2050 goals. And not only that, of course, the NDC should align with the goals of 2050, but also the content and the economics and basically also the technological choices need to be part and parcel of these kind of planning exercises. So this is something that is coming up. Be aware, go to our website, I think, and your focal points will anyway receive the guidance and the request for this kind of updates that we are preparing. Next slide, please. That was the last slide. I was trying to update this kind of PowerPoint with a couple of other things, but it's fine. I think I said enough. For me, the most important thing is the cooperation, the alignment. Make sure you go beyond the environmental ministries. You work with your line ministries. Make sure that finance ministries that discuss international support from and with partners are on the table, and you align your requests in a coordinated manner vis-à-vis the international community. You will see that the money is not growing on the trees in the next years, and we should really avoid to waste financial resources, human resources, and because of lack of coordination. And that's what we try to do on a daily basis, and what we are around and quite successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Romeo. Thanks for this very useful presentation. What I'd like to also say is very important for us to follow how, on the one way side for you, to follow what TNAs we have on the table, what is new in TNAs, especially in LDCs and SIDs, and how these can be, how countries can be also discussed that they're using these findings, because it's based on very solid methodology, and so they're using these findings for NDCs usefully. So when they do it, if the country teams are the same, or they are not even the same, so they communicate each other for the spirit of learning from each other. And I mean, TNAs has a couple of implementations already. The question is also, can this be used in NDCs? Thank you. Yeah. our next speaker, and we are really happy to have Professor Harald Winkler. He's a professor at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. He had big experience in research and development and climate change. His work is at intersection of sustainable development and climate change mitigation, and his research areas also include the Global Stocktake, of which first edition he was a co-facilitator. He worked in issues like equity and inequality between and within countries, just transition to net zero CO2, and he's coordinating lead author for the IPCC and has been a member of South African delegation to the negotiations under the UNEP-CCC. Please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vladimir. It's lovely to hear what Stig, Sarah, and Romeo had to say. Romeo, I'm also a member of the South African delegation. When I hear LDCs and says, don't forget about the African countries. I know you spend time in Namibia. I'm sure you won't. So, I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of more in my capacity of having been facilitated the technical dialogue with Farhan Akhtar. And just to very briefly give you an overview where this was very much the technical part, which is over. The key date for Farhan and me was the 8th of September when we published the synthesis report that you see on the right-hand side there, but that was a culmination of 170,000 pages of written inputs, 252 hours of discussions, lots of experts, including Sarah, helping us in 3 dialogues. You can see the dates there. After each one, a summary report. Gradually, we built up reflections and then synthesized all of that into a synthesis report with 17 key findings. And I do want to emphasize this is the scope of the Global Stocktake is very broad. And technology is one of those, and that's what I'll elaborate on. I also do want to emphasize, I'm not in charge of the outcomes here in Dubai. Fortunately for me, there are co-chairs running the political process right now, and the presidency, no doubt, the high-level committee, and so on. So this is very much from the technical, and I think that relates quite well to the discussions around technology that we're having here. So in that context, our key finding 16, summarizing, really synthesizing down, boiling down a huge amount of information that existing cleaner technologies need to be rapidly deployed together with accelerated innovation, development and transfer of new technology to support the needs of developing countries. And I think what you've heard already, some of the fascinating work that Sarah has presented and the work that Romeo and NDC Partnership are supporting is addressing that. So some highlights particularly, so technology needs assessment, indeed action plans did come up. That's just the key finding, and under that there are some paragraphs. So there is this ongoing consideration of the linkages between the technology and finance mechanism. That was very much a theme. Technology is not just about finance, but certainly needs it. And that's important, particularly in terms of more action on technology development and transfer. And there's this, I mean, to me, there were these quite astonishing numbers. I'm not going to read this out. I know you can all read, but over 1,000 technology action plans. And there's a little bit of a sense of, well, planning is great, and we need to plan and replan, but at some point also implementation, of course, is critical, and this implementation is very much part of ambition. But more than 100 developing countries have technology needs assessment, and indeed for many of these implementation of what is needed and the action plan that is to be implemented, there is support being sought, and that is certainly a key finding also from the technical dialogue. Then just to unpack a little bit further detail here. Because the GST, the broad goal, the broad task is to assess collective progress in implementing agreement and its long-term goals, including the vision for technology in Article 10.1. And technology adoption is uneven, especially in developing countries. You know that various things, all the way from development and registering of intellectual property, very particularly skewed distribution, but also in terms of implementation and dissemination. And so international cooperation, which is a very key, a whole section being discussed in the rooms over there on international cooperation, is really, really vital for the technology transfer and for innovation, right? So very much, as emphasized earlier, and to both deploy what already exists, and a lot of technology already exists. And I really like one of your slides, Sarah, about not only for mitigation, mitigation research, also for adaptation has a different role, but a very important role, and also in adaptation. But innovation, what new technologies do we still need, say in hard-to-abate sectors or in places where it's not just adaptation, but we suffering loss and damage, I think, very much in the broader finding as well. Suffering loss and damage is here and now. It's no longer a future thing. I've already spoken a little bit about the technology and financial mechanism and the relationship between the two. And the strategic cooperation around technology is really crucial to achieving the Paris goals. Of course, many of them, there is overall temperature well below 2 and pursuing efforts to 1.5. That links to the adaptation goal, to the mitigation goal in Article 4.1. And also for all of that, we need to, the finance flows need to support that and then achieve what this vision of technology that we have in the Paris Agreement. So it's important to, information is important. Of course, I would say that as an academic, but it is really important also in practice to make efforts effective and to both to expose to evaluation and ex ante planning. The key findings, I'm sure I mentioned everyone in this room knows the rapidly falling costs, particularly of wind and solar photovoltaics, a real solar revolution that we saw, very strong findings from IPCC Working Group 3, in which, as Vladimir very kindly introduced, I've also was involved in Chapter 4 on that. That's really a dramatically different situation. And there is increasing access to finance, but of course, again, if you listen to the negotiations, direct access and reducing costs of capital, there's still a wide range of the overall levels of that are still 3 to 6 times, in mitigation are still 3 to 6 times below what is needed. These findings, as I say, go together. So the low unit costs, so now particularly around some of the renewable energy technologies, not all of them, but some, they are becoming cost competitive, and that's why we're hearing about goals of tripling renewables, not forgetting the demand side, also very important. Also, again, a lot of demand side is about behavior, but it also involves technology, and it plays into all of those issues of what exactly we mean by technologies. And we really, I think that second bullet point, we really need now a very large scale to really ramp up ambition, very large scale deployment of technologies. And as I've said already, there is a lot of technology already available. The learning curves that we've seen, I think, are also, I've already mentioned. Enabling environments are really important, and so I think in many countries, and probably in your partnership, Romeo, that will be something that comes through. And I think you also look at what exists in countries in terms of, in South Africa we have a technology innovation agency, and working with those ecosystems is very important. One of my favorite topics, both in the Global Stocktake, but also in my research, is equity, and this inclusive multi-stakeholder engagement is really, really important. I mean, procedural equity, taking everyone along, leaving no one behind is really important in terms of also adopting technologies and using them for what people really need. Very much innovation, research and development is another phrase, critical, and particularly in the hard-to-abate sectors and in innovative sectors. Sigam, I believe you're from Norway. I think Norway is looking at a lot of that, but many countries are also looking at what we need to do in the sectors where it's not so easy. And lovely, of course, as an academic from the University of Cape Town, research is where I'm going to end. It's really crucial for understanding technology. Also, the role of transformational adaptation. So, so I think I am going to. No, I'm not. One more. This is just a slide from going back to the process of so when we ended the last meeting of the technical dialogue in June, Faan and I laid out, of course we cannot be just technical dialogue co-facilitators, we can't tell parties what to do, but we can recall what parties have already agreed. And the one thing that isn't on here explicitly is technology. We know that the Global Stocktake critically is informing international cooperation and the next round of NDCs. Those are the two key things. And those are due in 2025. Number two, even before that, there are biennial transparency reports, which certainly also report on technology adaptation communications. There's no timing for those, but there is countries are supposed to submit those before the second Global Stocktake, which is not that far away. And so there are many other ways, and I think what we will see coming out of Dubai will be also steps to follow up on the Global Stocktake as a very active discussion. We don't know yet how that will land, but I think technology will have and TNAs will have a key role to play in that. So that is it from me, and thank you very much, Vladimir.
Thank you very much, Harald. Thank you. Thank you also for recognizing the technology in the process. Thank you for all the initial speakers, and thank you very much that we could hear from each of the processes, which I'm sure will merge and benefit us in future. I would like to now come to the second part of the side event and invite country representatives. We have two countries with us. We have Bangladesh and Liberia. So please join me on the stage, both of you, please. And then we will have the presentation for a Green Climate Fund. And last but not least, I would like to thank the speakers for the excellent presentation so far. So first I would introduce Ms. Famina Khanum. She has been serving as the Additional Secretary and leading the development wing of the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change Government of Bangladesh. She served in different capacities in different ministries of the government, which include Economic Relations Division and the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Water Resources, and many other fields in administration. She did her PhD from University of Australia in Urban Water Management, Melbourne, Urban Water Management, and Environmental Management and Bachelor in Geography. Please.
So my presentation?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about my country and what we are facing in transferring the technologies and other issues. So, should I? Okay. So I will just give a brief introduction on the challenges we are facing. The first thing is our increasing annual rainfall we are facing, and mega floods, which 5 mega floods in last 4 decades against 1 in the preceding 30 years. We have annual average temperature is rising by 0.015 degrees Celsius, 6% increase in frequency and intensity of cyclones in the past 30 years. We have number of hot days, increasing number of hot days and hot nights. We have, and sea level is rising at a rate of 3 to 6 millimeter per year. And severity of drought in the northwestern part of the country. So what we have in the national commitments, although Bangladesh is not responsible for climate change, its contribution is actually less than 0.48% of the total global emissions, actively plays in part of the global collective action. So we, what we have done regarding TNA, we did our TNA on NDC in 2011 and on adaptation mitigation in 2011, and our TNA and TEP in 2012 on adaptation. And then what is our NDC? In our updated first, we did in 2015, the first NDC we had, we had like 5% of emission. In 2015, we said that we will do unconditionally 5% of emissions of different sectors in GHG emissions, like power, transport, and industry sector, and 10% of emissions conditional with international support. And after that, following our Paris Agreement, we did our updated NDC, and we submitted on August 2021 with more ambitious quantified targets. The target is like 27.56 metric ton carbon dioxide and equivalent GHG emissions we will reduce by 2030, which is 6.7% below the business as usual emission unconditionally. And we will do additional 61.9 metric ton carbon dioxide equivalent, or 15.12% actually below BAU emission by 2030. It's conditional to international support. If we get international support, we will go for that. And we have the estimated cost of NDC implementation is $175 billion. $32 billion of unconditional targets and $143 billion for conditional targets from international sources. And these money we need for 2030. Within 2030, we have to implement that, and we need this money. So what's happening here? Being one of the most vulnerable countries, so our NDC includes adaptation components as well, because adaptation component came because our NDC we submitted in 2021, but later in 2022 we submitted our NAP also, National Adaptation Plan also. So we have both, in both documents we have NDC targets. So prioritized areas of actions in NDC. What are the prioritized areas? Renewable energy projects we have. Renewable energy projects, solar and wind mostly. We also have target like energy efficiency in power plants and power distribution systems. Actually, in fact, in our Bangladesh pavilion, we are, our power division is having a side event at the moment, which if you are free, you can see there, and they are actually also telling about these things. And modal shift in transport sector, we have increasing energy efficiency in industries, clean and green non-fired brick technology in brick manufacturing, solar irrigation pump, and smart agriculture, energy efficient appliances, household and commercial buildings, biogas plant, waste to energy, and integrated landfill and resource recovery facility, which are actually producing methane. Like biogas plant, waste to energy, landfill and resource recovery facility is focused because it's producing methane, a lot of methane. So I actually wanted to give a glimpse on the NAP also, that we, for our implementation, we have identified 113 interventions for adaptation until 2050. And we need $230 billion for that. So what we have found that my country on average need 11 billion. Out of that 11 billion per year, we need 11 billion. Out of that 11 billion, we are only getting, having investment in 3.4 billion. The rest, 8 billion on average, every year we need to implement both NDC and adaptation, NAP, both. So in this area, we have 8 sectors: water resources, disaster and social safety, agriculture, fisheries, aquaculture, livestock, urban area, ecosystem, wetland, biodiversity, policy and institutions, capacity development, research and innovation. So I think TNA and TAP preparation in Bangladesh, I just want to give a glimpse. So Bangladesh prepared a TNA and technology action plan. Bangladesh prepared in 2011 for mitigation and 2012 for adaptation. I would just skip that one. What I'm focusing here is that With the help of CTCN, Bangladesh completed the following 3 technical assistant activities. Number 1, development of a certification course for energy managers and energy auditors of Bangladesh. Number 2, technology for monitoring and assessment of climate change impact on geomorphology in the coastal areas of Bangladesh. And number 3, saline water purification for households and low-cost durable housing technology for coastal areas of Bangladesh. So one more project is in the pipeline, it's coming, development of framework for real-time transport information system for public transport in Greater Dhaka. Here, what our issues of concern in CTC and TA projects? The problems actually early, my previous speaker already told, the similar problems we are facing actually. The problems is that the current mode of allocating US $50,000 to $250,000 for technical assistance through CTCN is not sufficient. The first thing. The second thing is, in most of the cases, ends up only sharing of ideas through a report without the real transfer of technologies. That's our experience from the 3 projects we have implemented. I'm not telling that it's, we also have less capacity, like develop and throw all the projects to the CTC and authority and other people. For example, I'm just giving one example, like the TA, technical assistance on the saline water purification for households and low-cost durable housing technology for coastal areas of Bangladesh. That project, so we have produced only 2 reports. One is how we are reducing salinity for household water supply, like drinking water. In that project, that report says that technology, that this is a household small-scale purifier which uses different sieving methods and which will reduce the salinity of the water, and we get the fresh water for drinking. This was the technology. However, when the report submitted, we were unable to market what we have done, the people who developed the technology. Later on, we had to buy those sieves from them. So what we should do, actually, we had to do is that we have to produce those sieves locally. Otherwise, we can't do the mass implementation of that technology. Because it's not cost effective, it's expensive. It became expensive because of the new technology. So if we could produce, if you could go for a mass production of that materials, it could come, we could give it to the community in the coastal area in a low cost, with a low cost. So for that mass production, implementation of that technology part is missing. We couldn't do it because of the not availability of the fund and other issues as well. Similarly, durable housing technology for the coastal area, what we found that the design which was presented to us and which was given, it costs more than the normal housing projects. It's like 10 to 15 lakh Bangladeshi taka compared to the normal price of the housing, like 3 to 4 lakh taka in the coastal areas. So that one as well, we have to go for more funding if we go for a resilient house or a unit in the coastal area. So these are the problems which have my previous speaker has already told us. So these are the problems we have. And outcome of the first global stocktake, I think I shouldn't talk about it. It's already been discussed. And outcomes of the first global stocktake, what needs to ensure about the GST outcomes and technology mechanism? We need resources. We need technologies, and we need support, the LDCs and those who need support in implementation. So here, what I have, my idea from my work experience in different sectors, we are working with our power division and the institution called SREDA to identify low-cost technologies for solar panels. Like what we need like, because it's a land-hungry country, like 170 million people in the 144,000 square kilometer area, very small. So intensive, high photovoltaic, small size solar panels rather than big solar panels. This technology we need. We need durable storage facilities for keeping our solar power in its storage to use at night. So what happens is in the rural area, it's already popular because in the remote areas, Bangladesh, because we don't have the national grid electricity supply in the remote areas, already 12% of the population in the remote areas are using solar panels. What they do, using microcredit, there is market there. Like a Gramin Shakti, one organization, they are selling solar panels to rural people. What they do is they run with one small size solar panel, they run 3 fans, 5 lights, and charging mobiles and watching TV. And the students can use it at night. So there is a market and there is a demand, very high demand of solar panels. But what we need is we need small size, highly efficient solar panels. And there is a market that operation and maintenance, people are being ready to do the small maintenance of the solar panels. They are ready. And on the other side, the government is now trying to do the solar irrigation. All the irrigation system is currently run by diesel. So, and it is diffused air pollution because the irrigation in the agricultural land during dry season means I'm talking about December to May. This time, when the land is not underwater, we produce rice. That time, irrigation is needed because the pumps pump the water from the groundwater. We use groundwater for irrigation. So if we use solar irrigation, solar panels instead of diesel, this will give us huge impact in reducing GHG emissions. So, and my request to you that whenever you consider our technology transfer issues, please consider that when we do the technology transfer, the technology should be user-friendly, the technology should be made of locally available materials, and the technology should be accepted by the community. These things we really need when we do any transfer or anything of the technology. So that's all on my side, and we will request everyone in this room that please emphasize on the funding. There are technologies in different parts of world which we can use. So we need who is doing a data or a database, who is doing what. This one we need, because I don't know who is doing what. Who is doing what? If we have a very good database on who is doing what, and we need linkages of producers and consumers. Like if we know he is doing the good technology which is suitable for us, we can do the transfer, and UNEP-CCC and CTCN can help us in doing the linkages, making the linkages. This networking is also very important. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Amina, for a very comprehensive, detailed, and to-the-point presentation. Thanks again. Our next speaker is from Liberia, Sir colleague, and also friend Christopher Kaba. He worked for Environmental Protection Protection Agency of Liberia, he consulted with the CPCN, with West African Alliance on Carbon Markets and Climate Finance. He also worked as a project manager, program coordinator, and national focal point of the Liberia's technology needs assessment. I was also happy to meet Chris at some regional TNA events which concretely deal with deliverables of TNA, such as enabling environments or barriers or sectors and technologies identification, where we had, together with Sarah, a quite useful conversation on how a country like Liberia is approaching this process. So thanks for joining us, and please.
Thank you, Vladimir. Thank you so much for inviting me, Sarah. As you have already said, my name is Christopher B. Kaba. I led the TNA process for my country, Liberia, which was phase 3. And I'm here to share my experience and to tell you where we are as a country, from the TNA process to the barrier analysis, and then the technology action plans and the implementations of those action plans. So just permit me to, for some of you that are not familiar with my country is a very small country with a population of around 5 million people. We are located in the West African belt. We border between Ivory Coast, Guinea, and also Sierra Leone. And of course, you know, portions of our boundary is within the Atlantic Ocean. You know, even though my country is not significant in terms of emissions productions, but we still remain vulnerable to the impact of climate change. So it is because of that we apply to do our technology needs assessment. And when we started with this, we invited all of the major stakeholders who were permitted to do so. We invited all of the major stakeholders in the country to help us to assess our technology. And the inception phase of our technology needs assessment was in 2018, between the 23rd and the 26th of October. And when we invited all of the stakeholders, we decided to look at the sectors. And 3 sectors were the top sectors that stakeholders told us to prioritize technologies. And those sectors are agriculture. Our agriculture area is vulnerable. We still cannot even feed ourselves in my country. And the coastal area, because our country is bordering within the coastal belt, and that we have 9 counties out of 9 cities out of 15 cities in my country. And of course, the energy sector is one of those really, you know, sector that is completely not working for us because of our history. I think you heard about the war, the 14-year crisis that took away a lot of lives and destroyed infrastructures in my country. So like I said, we invited stakeholders coming from various institutions, ministries, NGOs, academic institutions, as well as, you know, indigenous people, you know, to help us to prioritize our technologies. And just to show you some pictorial evidence, you could see us in this meeting with all of these stakeholders. And we also visited a lot of facilities that have been destroyed by the war. You could see that this is one of our energy facility. We visited there and we noticed that this was completely, you know, off track. We could not do anything better with it. That we needed total, you know, funding to be able to, you know, to address some of these problems within these sectors. So the TNA team for my country of Liberia was comprised of a core group of persons that were engaged in the TNA projects, and that include the National TNA Coordinator, which I served, The National Climate Change Steering Committee was also part of this. The national consultants, both for mitigations, adaptations, and all of the sectoral working groups. The reason why we decided to use this structure is because, especially the National Climate Change Steering Committee, is because we wanted to, to have a policymaker buy-in. And the National Steering Change Committee is headed by the President and is co-headed by the Minister of Finance. So we thought that, to assess this, we need all of the policymakers, because in order to implement, because we saw from the beginning that the TNA process is a country-driven process, which require, from the indigenous people as well as, the involvement of all of the major policymakers. So it is against this backdrop that, we thought it wise to involve the President. And I can remember even during the inception phase, we had the privilege to be invited by the President, wherein we made a very brief presentations to get his consent and also approval towards the development of this. So we like we said, the TNA process started with the assessment of the technologies. And to do that, we had the second meeting. In that workshop, it was intended to prioritize all of the technologies. And before we went ahead to do the prioritizations of the technologies, we ensured that, fact sheets of all of the technologies were developed, sent to the stakeholders for their concept or knowledge about all of the technologies that we thought that was relevant. And then we provided them the opportunity to be able to decide as to, whether this technology could be used as part of the technology that we want to use this, the multi-criteria analysis approach on it to score them. And it was interesting to realize that, most of the technology that we recommended were taken from the list, and stakeholders were able to, to also recommend new technologies that they thought that was very essential to them. So we use the multi-criteria analysis process method to score the technology, looking at the economic value of the technology. We also look at the social values of the technology as well as the economic value or environmental values of the technologies. So at the end of the day, all of the stakeholders read the fact sheets and they made various recommendations. And then we agree on the criteria that we think was essential to be used in the process. And like I said, the criteria that was used were cost, economic, social, and environment. And we also look at climate-related issues. So this is a list of technologies that were prioritized for adaptation. So like I said, in the green, you could see the agriculture list of technologies. The three top is value additions on agriculture products, improved storage, and also the integrated soil fertility management. For coastal area, integrated coastal zone management was one of the technologies, the top technology that was prioritized, followed by flood and early warning systems and armor revertments or rock revertments. And of course, we understood that for the TNA process, three technologies will have to be focused on. It doesn't mean that all of the other technologies are not essential. We know that as we speak, we are also looking for funding for the implementations of all of the list of technologies. So if you are here and you want to support my country, I'll be very pleased, to have a bilateral with you right after this conversation. For mitigations, these are the technologies that were prioritized by the stakeholder. We have the solar home PV system, we have the solar PV gray tie, then we have the small hydro. Of course, energy clean cooking, energy efficient cook stove, and few other technologies are also listed here that were also prioritized in this order. So this is my last slide. I've always told people, especially countries that are now coming to to assess technologies, it is important that whatever assessment that you are doing with these technologies, you need to keep in mind that it needs to be country-driven, one. Number two, you need the involvement of policymakers. Number three, it is important that you align all of your technologies assessment process with national existing processes, like, you know, the NAPs, the NDC, the other, you know, maybe it could be the national framework, like we have in our case. The PAPD is the national document, is the government, it is the government-owned document intended to, you know, to elevate people from poverty. So we align our assessment with all of these national processes. So at the end of the day, what is happening in our country in terms of implementations, if you look at any of the targets in the NDC and decide to implement those targets in the NDC, you are also helping to implement the outcome of the TNA process. So this is important. I would like to stop here, maybe entertain questions. I hope I was not too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is coming from Green Climate Fund. He's a climate policy and governance specialist in the Green Climate Fund Office of Government Affairs. In his role, he supports the GCF accountability to the UNEP-CCC while enhancing the GCF work in delivering its services to contribute to various multilateral environmental frameworks and financial mechanisms. His name is Hansel Park. Please, Hansel, you get the floor.
Thank you very much, Vladimir. I'm mindful that when we're running short of time, so I'll be very quick in touching on maybe key messages that I'd like to share here. But before going there, I think it's important for me to give my short reflection on the points that I heard from distinguished speakers. So I heard that the importance of ensuring a synergistic approach between relevant national strategies, NDCs and NAPs, also the TNAs, for its cross-cutting nature, should be ensured in order to ensure there is a impactful investment and approaches on the ground, and GCF takes these efforts very seriously. The linkage between technology mechanism and financial mechanism is also one of the essential elements that we consider when we are supporting countries, particularly on the technology side. With that, let me please start my presentation. From GCF, the core importance of TNA is that it's considered as a key tool that connects our support with the needs that we hear from the stakeholders that are searching for technology solutions. And they provide relevant policy frameworks through which we are connecting the needs that we hear from our partners. We also try to utilize TNI as a main basis to identify how we can connect those two mechanisms, making sure that the work done by the countries are coherently supported from various stakeholders. Of course, it's important for GCF to closely work with our nationally designated authority, which is the focal point of the GCF, and we support them to ensure that there is a robust consultation between relevant stakeholders, including those who are leading the work related to TNAs. So we also heard the importance of ensuring that targets and the findings that are identified and found through this exercise goes to the realm of finance. And this is an area where GCF wants to play a central role. And we use our funding proposals, projects and programs, capacity building efforts to ensure that we fulfill the needs as seen in various national goals such as TNAs. When it comes to describing what are the key modalities through which we support countries, as I just mentioned briefly, we have a dedicated capacity building program called Readiness. And through this, we support countries to ensure that they have a sufficient capacity to work on their agenda related to technology and other climate change priorities. We also use projects and programs, of course, and underneath projects and programs, there are various modes through which we harness the full potential of the impact that we're trying to offer to the country. Briefly, on the readiness side, we have 80 projects, readiness grants already approved that demonstrate high potential and high emphasis, strong emphasis on support for technology. And this is indeed one of the main work streams to which we work with technology mechanism, including tech and CTCN. I'm pleased to update you here that our board has recently adopted a new readiness program which will start next year, 2024. And it comes with a set of innovation through which we're trying to accommodate better the needs of the country. And given readiness is used as a key modality working with technology partners, just key highlights I'm sharing here, the country will be able to use $4 million over the period of 4 years, which give them flexibility in terms of establishing integrated approach, setting their priorities and how to tackle some issues that they observe resonating with their national strategy. LDCs and seats that we serve, they'll be given with additional resources to address the institutional needs, such as human resource or technical experts who would be in position to provide relevant support. And of course, NEP will be, again, the central piece of our support. Those countries who use 3 million initial NEP formulation grant, provided that they use the 4 million readiness grants, they will be in position to access additional funding for their NAP support from GCF side. Of course, the direct access entity, which is the key stakeholder through which we ensure strong country ownership, will also be given with additional support with the new readiness strategy. Projects and programs, we try to institutionalize the way we capture how we are supporting countries and also ensuring our partners understand the importance that we place on the topic of technology. So our templates actually ask our partners to clearly articulate how their project will be serving the needs of the countries as we hear from our partners. Incubators and accelerator indeed is one of the key modalities, vehicles that we're trying to mobilize to ensure that the technology needs are properly served by various stakeholders, including entrepreneurs on the ground. Last point here, updated strategic plan. This is the new vision that our board has given the Secretariat with in terms of how we should be programming our projects and support for the country. There you will see TNA having a very visible spot, asking the Secretariat and our partners to consider them as they formulate their support for countries. There are various elements that you can find on this slide. With that, before I conclude my presentation, I think it's important that this COP, we are going to learn about how parties want to further advance the topics of GST, and my team, we're following closely what that means for the GCF. We are very grateful for parties' confidence in providing us about $12.4 billion for our second replenishment, and we want to use that precious resource to ensure that we support the needs that we see under the GST. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ansel.
Thank you.
That was our last presentation. Now comes a Q&A session. May I ask Sarah and Romeo to come back on the podium for the Q&A session?
I'm taking Sarah's seat. I'm taking Sarah's seat.
No.
If you have any question, it's time to ask now. Is Dieter?
Yeah, many thanks to all. And Hansel, I would like to ask the first question. The first, congratulations to your replenishment. And then I think it's also a very good move to have the readiness extended to 4 years. I think that gives much more flexibility and also allows more pragmatic approaches, which I think is really good. And On the collaboration with TAC and CDCN, I was wondering, is there anything also new planned, or is, because you have put the point there, is there any update on how you intend to collaborate with TAC and CDCN?
Yeah, shall I respond? No, thank you very much, Ditram. Of course, collaboration with the constituted bodies is indeed essential to our new vision for the next programming years. You would have noticed that this year we are really expanding the horizon of our partnership with technology mechanism. For instance, we're trying to ensure that platforms that GCF has does indeed offer benefit to the collaboration that we have with the technology mechanism. For instance, we have been inviting our partners from the TM to join our regional structure dialogues for them to ensure that their key messages and insights are shared with our stakeholders. And also we're trying to organize more dialogues where NDEs and our focal point NDAs can also have a candid conversation in terms of ensuring that there's a stronger collaboration at the national level. And plus, of course, at the project level, programming level, there is a discussion that we're having with our accredited entity to ensure that the project that already received GCF funding can also bring transformative benefit to the stakeholders, including technology network stakeholders. So what I'm trying to say here is we're trying to create more substance, concrete findings, like asking very difficult and serious questions. Can TNA be truly relevant for instance, private sector investors who are willing to work with GCF, wanting to bring the finance and wanting to use the findings and valuable insights originating from the TNAs so that they can consider them in the project origination? Can we actually have that candid discussion with you? So this kind of really thought-provoking discussion is kind of work that we envisage to have in the next 4 years. Of course, I'm happy to have another chat if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gulam Sarwar. I'm a research fellow from SOAS University of London. So as we understand the need and the crisis also, which is driven by a deep carbon inequality. I'm sure it would have been better if Professor Harald is here. But my question is about the inequality and the divide which is created by technologies. So we shouldn't forget about the digital divide induced by COVID-19 pandemic also. So when we are talking about, technology transfer, capacity building, accessibility, so how GCF fund and also the TNA, TAP, reporting are addressing the issues of equity and the justice issues which are related to accessibility. And when I mean by accessibility, it obviously includes physical accessibility, information accessibility, and obviously non-discriminations. Considering the North-South divide as we understand that the sufferings from the developing countries like Bangladesh. So, how you are addressing these issues and the whole climate negotiations is still, driven by dominant narratives. So, where are the alternative views or the southern views are still there to reflect those equitable aspects of reporting? Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Abdullahi. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the Executive Director of the Nigerian Center for Climate Renewal, Resilience and Adaptation. My question is basically a practical...
Hello. Attention to the panel team. We're approaching the end of the session. Please be mindful to conclude in the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Can I go ahead? Okay, so in Nigeria, there is a very concerted effort to ensure that women and people in the rural areas, use clean cook stoves as part of, the transitioning from wood to gas in my country, because we're looking at using, clean cook stoves as part of the solution So one of the things we've come up in my country is that we've noticed that women in the rural areas have been given just a single option. And the option for them is that they must use clean cook stoves. There's no other option. People in the urban centers have other access to energy. We have access to gas, we have access to light, power. So we have different access to different types of energy. But people in the rural areas, which are 173 million people in, in Nigeria, do not have access to alternative source. So one of the things we came up with, and this question is directed to GCF, is that I'm looking at possible areas of probably funding to support the technology we've come up with, is that we're looking at the possibility of setting up, coming up with an equipment that uses both clean cook stove and gas. So that by the time the various infrastructure that the government in my country is planning to deploy for gas deep penetration for use of LPG, there will be an alternative for the people in the rural areas to either use gas or to use briquettes. So we are coming up with this solution, and we're looking for funding to support, the research and, of course, probably the commercialization of this equipment by the time we're done with our own efforts. So I'm thinking, is this something that GCF is interested in? I would very much like to know. We must provide alternative source of power, of energy, of oil cooking for people in the rural areas. We cannot just subject them to a single source. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe I'll start responding to questions and inviting other speakers to join me in responding to any of the points that I have failed to address. So inequality and ensuring that we are accountable to a wide range of views and demands is very important to us. It's actually part of our core mandate. So you will see that there are many policy instruments and systems placed within the GCF to ensure that we are accountable to these points. Environment and social, we have a standards that's one of the industry leading one. Gender, of course, is one of the core indicators that we apply whenever we assess any projects. Also, we use them to ensure that we monitor and also track the impact that we want to reach to the most vulnerable people. LDC sits Africa, vulnerable countries, communities who are vulnerable to most critical climate impact. The new USB2, our strategic plan, places a very strong emphasis on ensuring that the support is given to those people. On the negotiation side, at least from the Secretary side, we are active in the engagement in the negotiation tracks where they discuss the specific issues. So LCIPP, FWG could be one of the avenues where we are very active, trying to be attentive to the concerns that we hear from various stakeholders. Briefly responding to you, Abdullah, whether GCF has means or programs to support projects such as yours. Definitely we do. So Clean Cook Stove, we have a various project already approved by our board. Some of them are already under implementation, and you'll see that you will find a specific ways that we're supporting countries to really finance those activities. But just one tip, I think it's always helpful to look at the end user side of how this project is supporting. And there you'll be able to see how to better connect your opportunity with the existing programs that we operate at the GCF. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ansel. And with this, I will close the Q&A session due to the time limitations. May I now invite Senior Director of the UNEP-CCC, Mr. Daniele Violetti, to make a closing statement of our event. Yes. Before Daniel starts, I will just say he's a Senior Director of the UNEP-CCC Programs Coordination. He provides strategic direction and oversight to the work of the Program Department of the UNEP-CCC. He served as a Chief of Staff of the Secretariat for 7 years, supporting 2 Executive Secretaries, and he was also Coordinator of the UN Secretary General High-Level Advisory Group on Climate Change Financing. Please, Daniel.
Thanks. Good afternoon. It's always difficult to close an event where you have not had the chance to attend every part of the discussion, of course. And in any case, I think the themes you have been discussing and the links between work on the ground in terms of technology needs assessment and linkages with the NDCs, and other instruments that are coming from our process is and will be even more essential now as we move forward. You know, we have had a fantastic opening of the COP. I think it was remarkable what was achieved already in the opening day on the overall issue of loss and damage fund and funding arrangements. And we do hope that this momentum will be kept until the end of the deliberation on the GST. The GST, as you all know very well, is such an important milestone in our process for defining what is coming next. Particularly the guidance we can expect for the next round of NDCs to be submitted in 2025, which will, of course, has to inform the rest of this decade and have this level of ambition that will keep us on the 1.5 trajectory. Technology is part, of course, of the overall deliberation on the NDCs, sorry, on the GST, and we do hope that the pillar on means of implementation gets the relevant attention by parties in the context of the GST final outcome. And again, this is where the contribution of technology in implementing and supporting the ambition in the NDCs is critical, as they are the technology needs assessment, as this country-driven approach in determining what are the best solutions and technologies for achieving the goals at the national level. So, I mean, these exchanges like this today and the role of the constituted bodies of the process and other partners, organizations working with us and the process is essential. And definitely, I'm sure that during the remaining days of the COP, there will be more of this type of exchanges. So I hope this conversation will continue. The level of collaboration increases as a result of these exchanges. And again, we are all working together towards this objective, and we hope that the GST will guide us as we take this forward in the future. So thanks again for being with us today. Thanks for the team to organizing this and bringing such a panel together, and thank you for being with us today. Thank you again.
Don't get this is like
then welcome to this year COP28 leg side event. So as we're trying to start the program now, just some quick announcement. So there is a translation in French. So the channel is channel 1. So if you need translation, I think the colleagues there from the technical team can help you at least to get the needed gadgets for the translation. Thank you. So distinguished participants, welcome to the leg side event at this SBI 58. My name is Gabriel Kwaka from Sierra Leone, and I am the chair of the leg. So the 44th meeting of the leg was held in Mazuru from the 14th to the 17th August 2023. And as you may know, the leg is mandated to report on its work to the SBI at each of its sessions. This is something we did during of course, the first session for matters related to LDC, of which we reported on what we are doing as leg in supporting the LDC's countries. So at the outset, we would like to have welcoming remarks, of course, from the High Representative of the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, of which we are privileged to have here Her Excellencies, Ms. Fatima, to give that opening remarks. And then thereafter, the leg will then share its works on accelerating support to the LDC on adaptation. The event will also be an opportunity to launch the leg's latest publication on mapping resources for NAPS. So we will have one presentation from a colleague to give to you what we have been doing to support the LDC, and then another presentation to launch the mapping resources for NAP. Additionally, we will hear from representative of Mozambique and then Bangladesh on their country's progress in the progress, of course, to formulate and implement their NAPs and outlook, because we will try to use this event at least as a kind of an experience sharing, having countries to share, of course, their process when it comes to formulation, and also in some aspects implementing their NAPs. So lastly, the Green Climate Fund and the Global Environment Facility will share information on the latest developments on financial and technical support to the LDCs. We all know that for the leg, we're also trying to serve as a kind of a midway to see how we can connect the funding mechanism under the UNEP-CCC and other resources to work with the LDCs to see at least for them to have their NAP, and then to also implement some of the adaptation priorities. So we also invite the FAO to share the progress made by the NAP Technical Working Group in support of the NAPs. So before we start, can I ask some leg members that are present here to please stand up, at least for you guys to recognize, I'm sure. All right, Gassom, just let them see anyway. Yeah. So now I think we have a colleague here, Gassom. So the leg we have up to 70 members. Others, of course, will join us, some of them that are on site. Thank you very much. So on this note, I have the pleasure now to invite the High Representative for the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island states, Her Excellency Ms. Rabah Fatima, at least to deliver the keynote address. Her Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. His Excellency Mr. Gabriel Kapaka, Chair of the LDC Expert Group, distinguished colleagues, dear friends. I would like to thank you, Chair, for inviting me to speak at this important event. And I thank the LEG for providing continued invaluable support to the LDCs on capacity building and technical support, especially for preparing NAPs. The work of this group is of critical importance to building resilience in the LDCs, but the work also benefits the developing countries as a whole. Last year at Sharm el-Sheikh, we celebrated 20 years of support for the LDC group of the LEG. Since then, we have taken several significant steps forward. At this COP, we have already made significant progress on operationalizing the Loss and Damage Fund, The various pledges made are an important first step in capitalizing the fund, but we all agree that far more is needed. Distinguished colleagues, allow me to share some recent developments from my office to support the LDCs in addressing climate change. First, at the 5th United Nations Conference on the LDCs, which was organized by my office in Doha, Qatar, in March this year, demonstrated strong political support and commitment to mobilize further resources and partnerships to implement the Doha Program of Action for the LDCs. In Doha, many new commitments and partnerships were announced in support of climate action in LDCs at the different tracks of the conference, including the Private Sector Forum, the meeting of the UN system principles convened by the UN Secretary General, as well as the ministerial meeting on South-South cooperation and other stakeholder events. The Doha Program of Action itself has highlighted climate vulnerability as a major obstacle for the LDC's efforts to achieve sustainable development. It commits to mainstreaming resilience building across the various priority areas of the Program of Action, including key areas such as infrastructure, sustainable energy, ICT, sustainable industrialization, building productive capacity, leveraging science, technology, and innovation, and more. The new Program of Action for the LDCs emphasized prioritizing adaptation and the preparation of National Action Adaptation Plans, the NAPs. To support its implementation, my office is actively seeking to mobilize funding to support the 20 LDCs that are furthest behind in the preparation of their NAPs in cooperation with the UNEP-CCC Secretariat. Mr. Chairman, second, my office is working on a report to assess the status of multi-hazard early warning systems in the LDCs and making recommendations for addressing the gaps. This will complement the Secretary General's Early Warning for All initiatives. As you will know, currently the initiative has identified a first group of 30 countries for priority action, and that includes 19 least developed countries. In my role as a member of the Advisory Board of the Secretary General's Early Warning Initiative, I'm advocating for including more LDCs, included among the priority countries, as well as ensuring that a fair share of funding flows are ensured for them. These activities are part of my engagement to operationalize one of the 5 key deliverables of the Doha Program of Action on enhanced resilience building. As part of this overall package, my office is also mobilizing technical assistance to LDCs on financial risk management, especially as it relates to climate disasters, and support them to engage with a consortium of leading companies from the insurance sector with a view to closing the gap in insurance coverage. Third and finally, I would like to draw your kind attention to 2 upcoming conferences which offer important opportunities to integrate adaptation planning into national sustainable development frameworks for the 25 LDCs that are also either landlocked developing countries or small island developing states. And namely, these 2 events are the 4th International Conference for the Small Island Developing States that will be held in Antigua and Barbuda in May of next year, and the 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, which will be held in Kigali, Rwanda in June 2024. And it may be noted that of the 32 landlocked countries, 16 of them are in Africa, and 17 of the 32 landlocked countries are also LDCs. And this is the first time the meeting is taking place in Africa, so there is an ample opportunity to really focus attention on the LDCs there. The preparatory meetings for both these conferences have highlighted the important role of developing and implementing climate adaptation strategies for the new Program of Action. Such major international processes provide the opportunity to bring about synergies across international sustainable development frameworks, synergies on SDGs implementation, and it can further raise the political profile, we believe, of securing greater adaptation funding in forums other than climate change negotiations. I think it's very, very important that the new programs of actions of these countries fully integrate climate change adaptation measures in their programs of actions as a priority. In this regard, the upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to be held in 2025 will offer also important opportunities for further synergies with climate change finance. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, as I conclude, I would like to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation again to LEG for your strong support as well as for your leadership, and also my deep thanks to UNEP-CCC Secretariat for its work on the LEG adaptation and the loss and damage process. And you can count on the continued full support of my team and I in the coming days. Let me rest it here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Excellency, Ms. Fatima, for your words and also for highlighting the ways in which you've been supporting the LDCs. So from the side of the LEG, of course, we look forward to continued support, at least for us in making sure that the LDCs, they all could have their NAP. That is the first priority for us as an LDC, and also in making sure that they can implement the priorities that are associated in their NAPs. Thank you very much. Yes, so colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we can now go to the next agenda items that has to do with the launch of the LEG publications on mapping of resources. So the LEG is pleased to announce the release of our new publications, which is entitled Mapping of Available Resources of Finance for Climate Change Adaptation for the Least Developed Countries. So I now wish to invite Ms. Sonam from the Secretariat to do the presentation. Ms. Sonam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Very pleased to be here. So the recent publication of the LEG on mapping of available sources of finance for climate change adaptation for the least developed countries. Next slide, please. The mandate for this has come as per the decision from COP26, whereby the LEG was mandated to share information on the various sources of finance that are available, not just the UNEP-CCC financial mechanisms, but also outside of that as part of its outreach activities. In terms of the scope of this publication, the information in terms of need focuses on concrete adaptation actions, enabling activities such as capacity building, training and outreach, support to maintain the process to formulate and implement NAPs and other adaptation plans. And as I was mentioning, in terms of the landscape of funding that was looked at, it was international and multilateral funding mechanisms, bilateral funding, and private sector investments. Next slide, please. So the document provides different navigations. It looks at a navigator that looks at the different actors that are there and what different actors can access in terms of funding. So what kind of funds the governments can access, NGOs can access, and the private sector. Next slide, please. And also then it looks at the major types of needs. And I was mentioning in terms of the NAPs, you have the concrete adaptation actions, capacity building and outreach activities, and also the NAP readiness. Next slide, please. We've also provided a navigation based on the size of the financing required. So this navigation actually assists you in looking at if you're interested in a micro project, which funding you would be able to access, and then the different processes through which you would be able to then access the financing available. This will be an interactive document, so you're able to maneuver through the documents using the different hyperlinks that will be available in the document. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of what is inside the document. So it links you to a brief description of the funding that's available. And then there's also an applicable context, basically highlighting the different checklists in terms of what the funding is responsible for. Next slide, please. So as I was mentioning, this is going to be a living document, which means we will be updating it as and when fundings have updated information. We'll also be looking at putting in new additional information and sources of financing whenever it's available. And this will be available very soon on the NAP Central. For now, it is going to be available on the LEG website. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Sonam, for presenting on the publication on mapping of resources. So these are just one of the areas of support we are giving to LDC. So it's our hope that they can use these resources, at least when it comes to their process of formulating their NAPs, also implementing some of their programs, and not only for the LDC, and also other delivery partners that are supporting the LDCs. So, and it's worth noting that this publication will be made available on our website, the LEG website, so it's a living document and can get access to that. So with that said, I would just want now we have the representative from the LDC group, the chair from the LDC, so the representative is here. So I think we can give you the floor at least to make a remarks, and we can continue the rest of the program. So Dr. Wanadia, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies. I represent the LDC chair because she is unable to come at the last minute. So our apologies. On her behalf, I may say as a founder of the LEG, because in 2000 we started fighting for this. It's now effective, and we have this committee, this group working very well. I just listened some presentations. Really, we are proud as LDCs. We are proud. And let me take the opportunity to welcome Ms. Fatima. Yes, you made it, and thanks for coming and support the LDCs. So we'll continue fighting for our vulnerable communities. So, Chair, as we are a bit late, I don't want to take much time. Congratulations to you, and we keep having our eyes on how you are working. But as I said, really we are proud, and we will continue supporting the LEG. So thank you very much, and have a very good evening. Thanks.
Yes. So thank you very much, Dr. Wanadia, for your kind words. So we are grateful, and then for the side of the LEG, we'll continue providing the support to the LDC as per our mandate. Thank you very much. So I think with that said, we can now rearrange the podium for the next set of presentations. So I'll ask Her Excellency Ms. Fatima, and then, of course, the representative, Dr. Wanadia, at least to take a seat over there. All right, then, yeah. So, thank you, yeah. So, is Tangason coming, or you can just come present there? Present there? Gasson can come here? Gasson, yeah. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, so I now invite you for us to go to the next agenda items that has to do with accelerating support to the LDC on adaptation. So as you know, the LEG, of course, we are committed to accelerating support to the LDC in all spheres of adaptation. So for today, we have our colleague here, of course, a LEG member, Mr. Gassom Vandares, that is going to do the presentation. And then thereafter, we can, after us, open the floor for some discussion. So Gassom, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Geshem van der Elst. I'm a LEG member on behalf of the Netherlands, and happy to talk you through in 5 minutes about an update on the NAPs and also the work of the LEG. So this slide provides an overview of the progress made in the process to formulate and implement the NAPs, from formulating the NAPs to accessing DCF readiness support, to submitting NAPs, implementing and accessing funding. And if we zoom in on the LDCs, 22 out of the 46 LDCs have produced and submitted a NAP so far, while among the other LDCs, there are 16 that are still in the process of formulating a NAP, and 7 LDCs have not yet been able to formulate a NAP, unfortunately. So if we zoom in further on the progress in the formulation of NAPs, there are LDCs are receiving support for developing their NAPs, and but the support is insufficient at this moment, since only 11 out of the 22 LDCs have been able to fulfill the full process of NAP formulation with DCF readiness support. But there's also other support available, and there are 12 LDCs that are still waiting for approval to access the DCF readiness support. Thank you. Then, if we further turn to the implementation of the NAPs, there are so far 12 projects approved from LDCs that actually have submitted their NAPs, and currently there is no difference regardless whether LDC have approved their NAP already or not in accessing the funding. But ideally, the funding would move from project-based funding to more programmatic-based funding, because all the different elements of the NAPs are interrelated, and it's important that all priority elements are actually being implemented. Thank you. There are also several initiatives to advance the implementation of NAPs in LDCs, and one of these initiatives is also the initiative that launched by the LEC on the implementation pipeline development. And under this initiative, the LEC supports LDCs in the project development, writing concept notes to access funding under the GCF, the GF, and the LDCF. And one of the ways by doing that is through organizing writing workshops. And so far, there have been four project ideas approved by the GCF and the GF as part of this process, only since 2022. So this work has recently started, but it's already providing great results. Thank you. Then we just pause a moment to look at the total funding that has been accessed by LDC so far under the GCF. And then we turn to the actual work of the LEC. Thank you. Yeah. So let me zoom in on the vision of the LEC, and that's very concretely to have concrete results on advancing adaptation in the NAPs. It is about robust and quality NAPs, and about helping accessing funding for the implementation of the NAPs. And if this vision will truly become true, then all LDCs will be able to have submitted their NAPs, and all LDCs will have a well-integrated national adaptation structure. Thank you. So in order to implement the vision of the LEC's work program for 23-24 has a couple of priority work areas, and I will highlight a few. So we will continue to support developing the NAPs. We'll also continue supporting the drafting of funding proposals, collaborating with the GCF and the GF to advance access to funding, and also providing technical guidelines for the NAPs, of course. Then the work of the LEC is organized in 4 subgroups, being the NAP Technical Guidelines subgroup, the subgroup on NAP implementation support, one on NAP tracking and monitoring, and the one on multi-stakeholder forums that also organizes the NAP Expo. And if you want to know more about the work of these 4 subgroups, we also have another event that's scheduled on the 8th of December, where we dive deeper into the work we do here. So we have a number of key deliverables for 2024, and of course to implement our work program. And I would like to highlight a few. Like into the 2023, the LEC will also produce a progress report on the status of NAPs in 2024. We will provide further technical guidelines for NAP implementation, and we will organize NAP writing workshops and of course the NAP Expo in 2024. Speaking about the NAP Expo, I would like to highlight that we have a 10-year anniversary now. Since 2013, the LEC has organized 8 NAP Expos, and I think we should celebrate this moment because the NAP Expos have really been able to bring together experts in the field of adaptation, help make possible solutions on food and on water, and also provide technical guidance to the formulation and the implementation of NAPs. Then finally, I would like to turn to where the LEC can also help you with. So there is a LEC roster of experts that's meant for LDCs to help them in implementing and formulating the NAPs. It's mostly local experts from LDCs that can help you in these phases of the NAPs. Sorry. Yeah, and finally, as already highlighted also by the Secretariat, there are a number of LEC publications, and I would like to highlight here the NAP Progress Report 2023, which provides further details on the actual status of NAPs and the advancement of the LDCs in the different phases. And you can access all these materials on the website. If there's any further questions beyond what you can access on the website, and I think I'll give the word to the chair to answer any questions you still have.
Yes, thank you very much, Gassam, for walking us through what we've been doing as a LEG. So at this point, we'll now open the floor for some quick questions and answers. So if you have any specific questions, you can raise your hands and they will identify you and they can direct the questions. Any requests for the floor? Okay. So, yes, we have one. So, Rohini. Yes, over there, yeah.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Rohini from UNDP, and it's really, I mean, this is a very important, I think, report, and some of the points raised are extremely important. Actually, I think wanted to talk about a couple of things. I think the question about the, some of the LDCs are preparing NAPs, in the 3rd or 4th year of their programs. So I just wanted to also ask maybe that these NAP programs which the GCF readiness is supporting, they have lots of activities as well as formulation of NAPs. So I think one of the reasons why it's happening in the 3rd or 4th year is because the LDCs are trying to do a very thorough job and do risk assessments and collect new information, etc. So maybe this is, I think, maybe it's important to look into details. As UNDP, we have tried to accelerate our support, and I think about 22 LDCs have submitted their NAPs with our support, but some of it through GCF readiness, in which case there are new information gathering exercises, and some through other programs where the new risk assessments were not done. So I think that there is a wide variation in the type of NAPs that can be put, and it'd be good to get a feedback from the leg on that. And also, Chair, on the NAP writing workshops, I think all of us really support also this work next year, and also to see and to make a suggestion that the direct access entities of the LDCs that don't have programs, can also be engaged so that there can be an expansion of the project pipeline further. And I think lastly, the Adaptation Pipeline Accelerator Initiative, I think that has been recognized that there are a few LDCs getting the benefit of that, and it would be good to see if there can be more LDCs that can also be included in that group. So maybe these are just some reflections back to the leg for that. And I think this mapping of resources is really, really critical. So we look forward to also, with other agencies contributing to that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Any other requests for the floor before we? Okay. I think then we are fine. So I can now give the floor to Gassam, and then I can reflect on some, yeah.
Thank you very much, Rohini, for these remarks, very valuable remarks. I think also some of the elements that you mentioned, they were on the slides, but since we we had to limit the presentation time. I did not mention all of them, but indeed, for instance, the NAP pipeline accelerator is an important one, and also think it's great that you also pointed to the diversity of NAP. So one of the objectives of the LEC is also to have robust and high quality NAP. So yeah, we definitely also support LDCs looking into the different criteria and assessments that they have that they are doing. And it's also great that you pointed out that there's different sources of support available also beyond the GCF readiness. So I think I leave it there and leave it to the chair to provide further reflection.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rohini. Yes, for the reflection, especially like the one you made mention of for those of them that are in the process of formulating their NAPs, I think some of them maybe the delay has to do with some of the processes within their countries. So from the leg, we used to take stock of some of the challenges they have been faced with. So there are areas of them. Some of them, of course, they don't have access to the readiness fund for formulating their NAPs, but nonetheless, they are using, some of them are using either other resources to have their NAPs. So the intention that when the readiness is being approved, then they can use it to implement some of the aspects within their project, or maybe to even update their NAPs, because the NAP itself is a living document and it's iterative, and that can be used. Of course, we both work on that, definitely. And for most countries, I think one thing they are faced with is the risk assessment. Because most of them, when you go to the country, they have age-old historical risk assessment, and they are pushed for them to have a new risk assessment going forward. But as from the side of the leg, we are like very pious to see that all LDC have their NAPs. So the idea is they can use the available resources and policies they have to have their first NAP. So as it's going, if it's an iterative process, they can also try to update their NAP going forward. And then the suggestion you made for the NAP writing workshop, I think is a welcoming one. And this is something we've been looking at from the side of the leg, at least for the year ahead, to see that we look through what we've done and then to redesign the scope. Because one, we have now, for most of the countries, they have their project team that will be trained. Because you know that what we're pushing for is to see that from the parts of the country, for them to look through the NAPs, or whatever available programs or policies they have that speaks to adaptation, and then they prioritize these activities to single out a particular project, be it one or two. And then when they look through, because it's like for them just to put the ideas together, and then they can identify a delivery partner, be it UNDP, the UNEP, and others, and then they can work together, you know, so that at least they can try to address most of the vulnerable sectors in their country. So yes, going forward, to make sure that the direct access entities and others can also be looped in going forward. Well, of course, you know that from the side of the leg, most of this work will make sure that we will talk with RAs and different people that support our work to see that we have a very good one. So thank you very much for that, it's well noted. So if you don't have further requests for the floor, then I just kindly request that we go through the next session. And it has to do with the experience from the LDCs, you know, for us to see, because we've been supporting it, for them now to tell us what are the processes they'll be using to have their NAPs or implement their NAPs. So without just quick adjustments, so I will call, of course, my colleague, Gaston, can go down. Then I want to call on the colleagues from Mozambique and Bangladesh. They can join us here now. Madam Kala, Marina, and also Mr. Hamoud Hussein. Kala, where is Hussein? Okay, yeah, join us here, please, yeah. I don't want to be left alone. Okay, yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. This is one of the most important sites for us and for all of us. So the Mozambique and Bangladesh, they've agreed, of course, with us to share some key highlights on the progress, of course, they've been doing when it comes to the formulation and implement their NAPs. So first, we'll start with Mozambique, and then we go to Bangladesh. So with that, if we are up, I now invite Miss Kala Marina, of course, from Mozambique, to highlight Mozambique transition to the NAP implementation. Kala, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I would like to apologize for my English. As you know, in my country, our official language is Portuguese, not English. But I will try to do my best. Although it is a NAP in our country, it is a participatory process with the involvement of all sectors. But we believe it is important to make the domestication and dissemination of the NAP at all levels. Emphasizing the strategic action of each sector as well as the role of each sector for their implementation. The strategic action were aligned with the sectoral development and strategies, and also we have PKG, it's a quinquennial program for the government for 5 years, and also SDGs. Next slide, please. And for us, which challenge? As you know, we are LDCs. The financial resource, it's a very big challenge. Technology, resource, and also coordination mechanism. Another, next slide, please. And we think that for expanding access to funding for NAP implementation, we think that adaptation, it will be the first for us on the LDCs, and we believe that the largest proportion of funds should be allocated to adaptation. And also reduce bureaucracy to access the funding, and improve private sector engagement. For us, that's all the things which we think that we can move for NAP implementation, and thank you. Muito obrigada.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Ms. Kala. So we can now flip through to Mr. Hamoud Hossain to present on the side of Bangladesh. You have the floor, please.
Thank you so much. You know that Bangladesh has formulated and submitted its National Adaptation Plan to 2023 to 2050 in last year. We expect that the NAP will significantly enhance our adaptation ambitions, and we have identified 8 sectors, and the tentative cost for implementation 113 intervention, where 90 is high priority and 23 is moderate priority, around 230 billion US dollar. We will need this amount. Now I move to my presentation. We have submitted our National Adaptation Plan. Now we are in a process to implement our plan. We have identified some challenges which is moving into implementation our plan. We have identified that lack of required resources is required for our proper implementation of National Adaptation Plan. We need proper and strengthened capacity enhancement for the respective ministries and departments to prepare and submit identified actions in NAP. We need to develop a strengthened coordination among the sectoral ministries, and as well as to implement National Adaptation Plan prioritized project. We need to focus on technical assistance and investment projects by the development partners. We need to co-op competing priorities of climate change versus other development priorities at our national level, and we have to have some data and information in our country perspective to develop and implement our National Adaptation Plan, and we have to identify, or we need to research some sectors to properly monitor our National Adaptation Plan implementation. Next slide, please. For funding requirement for NAP implementation, we shall require 230 billion US dollar for 113 priority intervention identified in our National Adaptation Plan for the next 27 years, and it's equal to 8.5 billion USD per year we need to implement our National Adaptation Plan. Major portion of investment, we've identified that 184.5 billion USD will be required for water resources, almost 52%, and then urban area 16%, disaster, social safety and security sectors 12%, agriculture 8% for sectoral scenario. And we have identified that private sector investment potential are almost 5.1%, which is equivalent to 11.5 billion of total investment cost at an annual rate of 0.4 billion US dollar. Next slide, please. We have some suggestions for expediting access for funding for NAP implementation. We think that we need to have easy access to UNEP-CCC funding mechanism. We need access of resources from other sources like MDBs. We need enhanced support from development partners beyond TA projects. We need public-private partnership. We have to have mobilization of domestic resources, capacity building for resource mobilization. Next slide. You know that for funding opportunity for Bangladesh NAP implementation, we have some domestic sources like Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund. Our government has established this fund in 2009-10 fiscal year, and almost the government has allocated 500 million US dollar equivalent amount in this fund, and over 850 projects has been completed and in progress. So we have domestic resources, we have annual development program, we have private sector investment. Apart from that, we have some access to GCF, Adaptation Fund, LDCF, JF, etc. And we have some other sources like bilateral and multilateral development partners. Next slide. For NAP implementation, we have taken several initiatives. I have already mentioned that we have Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund, BCCTF. Over the last 5 years, climate relevant allocation has doubled in our country. In our annual development program, current fiscal year annual development program, we have allocated 8.99% of our GDP for climate relevant allocation, which stands at US dollar equivalent to 3.37 billion. Apart from that, Asian Development Bank, International Monetary Fund and French government is working with our government to provide support to NAP implementation. Asian Development Bank will provide almost approximate 1 billion US dollar each year over the next few years as budget support to Bangladesh government for NAP implementation. Thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahmood and also Ms. Kalia. So at this juncture, I just want to open the floor for some quick reflections or questions, if there is any. Okay, yes, Paul. The mic to Paul, yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to Mozambique and Bangladesh for your NAPs. I know that you did a very deep analysis and consultation, etc., to get to where you are, and congrats from the Secretariat and from everybody for this great milestone. But from your experience and some of the challenges you pointed out, if we went to 10 years ago, I think the challenges would probably be the same that LDCs are facing. So I wanted to get your reaction as to whether you see the process and the partners addressing those challenges in the next 5 years, or whether we do need to transform how we support the LDCs. So I wanted your gut reaction as to whether we simply can continue doing the same and calling for these challenges to be addressed, and people would do a little bit extra, or whether that's enough. Is that enough to
carry the LDCs during the next 5 years, where the climate impacts are actually quite serious, as we have seen. Congrats once again. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Paul. So you? Who's going to start first? Kala? Okay. Yes, Kala, yeah.
For us, I think that the LDC assistant, it's better on the last 5 years. For develop our NAP in these 5 years, for example, we launched our NAP on 2070, but on the middle we have some. I think that we stop, but on the last years, how can I say, the technical assistance for the development, it's improved. It's better, and the workshops for formulating NAPs, which we have on last year, it's helped us to develop fast. I think that's all for my side. Thank you.
Yes, Mahmoud.
Thank you so much. NAP, earlier we was in formulation of National Adaptation Plan. Now we are in NAP implementation. During formulation, we have several challenges almost similar to NAP implementation. But during NAP formulation or preparation, we have tried to develop institutional arrangement, coordination, those things, and we had arranged national level, regional level, local level consultation with government ministries, divisions, stakeholders, villagers, all of them. At this stage, we are in NAP implementation stage. Now we have under our NAP, we have provision to constitute several committees. Our ministry is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is a focal ministry for NAP implementation. The ministry has already constituted several bodies for overcoming the challenges linked to coordination. So we are working on it, and one of the most challenges is fund. As a developing country, we have to depend on the fund. That's the thing. But apart from this, we are trying to overcome other challenges to properly implementation of our National Adaptation Plan. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much to you both. So, in managing the time, so we can also give them a round of applause, at least for their presentation. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ms. Kala, and thanks also Mr. Mahmoud. So now we can also rearrange again, so you can go to your seats. While I try to invite our colleague from the funding mechanism. So I want to call on Mr. Alisha to join me here, and also Doji. Okay. So as you know, as part of our tradition, normally for most of our side events, we do invite funding mechanism, at least to our side events, for them to present, of course, what they are doing. So for today, we have representative from the Green Climate Fund and also from the JEF, at least to share with us the support they'll be providing to the LDC. So with this, I have the pleasure to invite Mr. Alicia Mamazanov. I hope I pronounced it very well. Almost there, I'm sure. From the GCF Secretariat, at least, to provide us with an update on the support to the LDCs on adaptation under the GCF. Alicia, you have the floor, please.
It's working, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, and good afternoon to you all. Actually, my job is easier now because Gerson has provided a lot of statistics, and which are also related to GCF. So I will try to skip a bit faster in the also interest of time. But if we can please show the next slide. Just reminding also a bit of the mandates that we have and support, of course, to LDC seats and African states is also enshrined in our governing instrument. And how the board has implemented this is through allocation floors for adaptation for particularly vulnerable countries to the effects of climate change, including LDC seats and African states. And this allocation floor is 50%, but I am actually very glad to report that we are doing much better. And now 2/3 of all our adaptation funding goes to this category of countries. We're also, of course, receiving guidance from COP regarding on different issues, and also, as you can see in Sharm el-Sheikh, we received also relevant guidance. There are many mechanisms of support, and a lot of them were mentioned that I will not repeat. Next slide, please. Still some statistics which maybe were not covered before. Just first, overall, the portfolio that we now have in LDCs. So this is both adaptation and mitigation. Out of 13.5 billion that we have committed so far in our funding, 4.5 billion went to LDC countries, LDCs, least developed countries, which also have attracted co-financing of 8.7 billion. So it's actually totals 107 overall projects and in least developed countries, including 16 multi-regional projects. And also happy to say that out of this 107, 89 are already under implementation. What it means that we already signed with our accredited entities an agreement for implementation, so funding activity agreements. So they are now in implementation phase. In terms of readiness and LDCs overall, so this is not only for NAPs, but overall, we have approved so far 206 readiness grants for LDCs, totaling $158 million. And now, of course, supporting mechanism, as mentioned, readiness program, project preparation facility, which helps you to go from concept node to funding proposal stage, and now going into NAPs, the numbers. So far, and this is as of end of November, we have approved 31 adaptation adaptation planning readiness proposals for LDCs, which cover 30 countries. As you know, countries can access this 3 million, which was available to them on the NAP, initial NAP window in one go, or they can divide it. So that's why one country has one LDC has actually 2 grants. And also, in terms of cooperation with LEC, we would like also once again to congratulate LEC on the start of work on the NAP implementation guidelines. Indeed, as colleagues in previous panel mentioned, we have now to go from NAP formulation to NAP implementation. It's important that countries receive that support. And those guidelines would also help countries to navigate in this process. And we at GCF, as also our colleagues from JEF, we are also in this process and ready to provide support as necessary and inputs to this process. Now going to next slide. There were recently some news updates from GCF, and we are now completing our second replenishment. There was some very good news coming actually from COP here. US pledging $3 billion, and today Actually, Italy pledged 300 million euros. So we actually on the path already have broke our record for replenishment. It's about $12.8 billion now, which is good news, including for LDCs. So more money will be available, more funds will be available for, including for adaptation projects. And our new strategic plan was adopted. And what is important is that this board has maintained this 50% floor that I have talked about, and also. Now the approach that we have is to programming in countries is centered around NAPs and LTS and NDC. So I will also show we are now in the process of developing this climate investment framework, and where we will be strategically approaching this process and building on NAPs and including on NAPs and also NDCs. How we can support through all our tools that are in our disposal countries in moving to indeed implementation stage. I will not go into details, but you have here on the slide also different priorities that we have. Adaptation is very important, especially we will go now into locally led adaptation stage, and we will also continue to focus on the most vulnerable. Next slide, please. Again, this is basically what I mentioned, but just I would like to focus here first on that now we will have on the new readiness strategy that was just approved at the last board meeting. We'll have an additional also window of support for LDCs and seeds of 320 in total for 4 years, $320,000, which they can use for specific human institutional capacity challenges to cover them for NDAs especially. So this is something new and only for LDCs and seeds, and in addition to our to the existing and foreseen by this new readiness strategy windows for readiness support. So in terms of again relevant targets, some important ones, we will support more than 100 countries in this in advancing implementation of their national strategies and priorities. What is very important again for LDCs, we will double the number of direct access entities which have programmed with GCF, so which have funding proposals approved. It means that we will considerably increase the programming that goes to direct access entities. Again, locally led adaptation I mentioned, but also private sector, local private sector and the importance of innovation. And again, for adaptation, innovation is also an important aspect. We'll continue to support that. And the last slide, if we may, it's just, as I mentioned, it's still a work in progress. So this is our climate investment planning and mobilization framework. I will not go through it, but again, the idea is to focus on and starting from NAPs and NDCs and LTS, focusing on the most strategic and critical needs, and have in place a financing strategy, good planning and financing strategy, which will later include considerations how different types of financing can be tapped into, not only GCF, but also other funds, multilateral development banks, bilaterals, and also private sector, most importantly. So, because as we all know, and the numbers also colleagues showed today, the adaptation gap is in hundreds of billions of dollars annually, and public finance will not be enough for that, and we have to admit that. So we need to find ways how to attract also private sector into this, though underlining that grant-based finance is still important. So we are doing this with NDC Partnership, and we hope that this work can also be linked with the important work that LEG is doing again on NEP guidelines. So it's important that we bring together these considerations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Alicia. So a round of applause for him, please. Yes, thank you very much. So, colleagues, so you can keep your questions, because I know it's very critical when it comes to funding, because funding is the vehicle when it comes to, of course, NAPs. So with that said, I want to invite our colleague from the JEF, Mr. Doji, to give us an update from the LDCF. Doji, you have the floor, please.
It's working, right? Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'll actually straight away jump to the point because given we don't have a lot of time and picking up where Alicia left, wanted to provide you updates on some of the support that's being made available by GEF LDCF Secretariat. Next, please. We operate on a 4-year Olympic kind of cycle, and this is actually the 8th cycle of the GEF period. And within that 4 years, we are actually, we completed implementing a first year of the GEF 8 period. So within those period, the main goal of our strategy is to help the transformational adaptations, and these are ongoing discussions here right now in terms of global goal of adaptation. So we wanted to facilitate those transformational actions at the country level. Next, please. As I said, we have completed first year of implementation of the strategy, and obviously the first year is a little bit slow, no matter whatever funding agency you look at. So likewise, we have been a little bit slow on this. I had a privilege of actually briefing the similar gathering in June, and after that we had actually 5 projects being approved by GEF Council in June, and that brings us in the the first year of implementations. We've been able to support actual on the ground implementations of national projects for 5 countries, and those are as you can see here, we have Bhutan, Cambodia, Cameroon, Djibouti, and Zambia. Out of that, Bhutan and Djibouti has accessed our initial allocations because, as you might remember from last presentation for GEF 8 period, the resources has actually doubled from what used to be available of $10 million in GEF 6. Next, please. I wanted to actually brief a little bit more about on the sides of the very important theme that's being discussed here right now is about how to help LDCs to access the fund, and there happens to be a dedicated corporate programs under our strategy that actually spoke specifically in the area of how to help countries to immediately help countries in terms of helping them to access the funding support available within the LDCF. Next, please. We have actually 3 dedicated programs, but I wanted to speak only about one of them, which is called dedicated program in trying to help build the immediate capacity needs of LDCs. And obviously the motivation, as I mentioned, is for transformational adaptation, and we wanted to make sure that there comes with such an support made available has to also come up with higher ambitions. And we wanted to provide access to all LDCs. This is one of the mantra that we have been working on, is to do not leave any LDCs behind, and we have achieved that in GEF 7, and we wanted to make sure that that coverage still stands valid during GEF 8 period as well. So on that, we actually we had a very strong collaborations working with LDC group under the chairmanship of Madeline from Senegal, and also we have been working very, very closely with LEG in trying to make sure that the support that we provide are being useful to all the countries. Again, I must say that these are actually a support that's being made available just as an immediate and urgent needs. And obviously we wanted to, and we have a plan for longer term support and institutionalizing those capacity buildings in a way that becomes, that remains useful and that meets the requirement of LDCs. As you can see here on the slides, we have a chair of a LEG wasn't able to attend in person, but we had a privilege of having him speaking virtually in one of our workshops in Francophone Africa back in April. And we have our friend and colleague, LEG member Jamie, I think he's sitting somewhere down there. So we had actually privilege of having him in person a couple of weeks ago. That was in Solomon Island, and I think those workshops I think finds very useful for many of our participants. Next, please. Next. Yep, so this is basically just wanted to present you some of the visuals because I think you have enough text to floating around on the documents and number of texts and reports that you wanted to go through, but just to give you some visuals, that the first one that we had was in Mozambique for Southern Africa back in March. We had then for 16 Francophone African in Dakar. We also had 17 African LDCs, Anglophone plus the Yemen in Addis in October. We had a privilege of speaking to our colleagues from Asian LDCs in Cambodia and similarly in Pacific LDCs. Yes, I'm well aware of that, thank you. But we are planning from here on that our non-LDC seats are also been covered during next, and the first preliminary supports where it's coming in the form of workshops. But as I said, these are not just going to be just a workshop. We have had a very good interactions, and we know what we were asked to do coming up out of that. So we are going to be delivering a very concrete long-term way of supporting LDCs. Next, please. So I am really out of time. I just want to touch base on only a couple of points. As Alicia said, we have been working with GCF where there isn't support available in readiness. We pick up on implementations. And I think just as last night, GCF and Adaptation Fund as well as Climate Investment Fund, we have one pavilion right on somewhere over there, but we had a declaration that came out yesterday, basically underscoring how we need to work together. So that's where I'll leave it, and thank you very much, Chair. Pleasure to be here.
So thank you very much, Doji, for providing updates on the supports from the LDCF to the LDC. So we can still keep our questions. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and I want to invite our colleague, Ms. Juliana Wolf, because as you know, as part of our work from the leg, we established a technical working group to advance the work on NAPs and help coordinate support. So with that, our colleague, Ms. Juliana Wolf, will provide an oral report. You have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, and I'm so pleased to be here with you, with the panel members, and also to see so many countries in this very important COP28. And I know I was tasked with a certain job to talk about a very important UNFC technical working group. But let me start by saying I hope you all noticed that the emphasis on agriculture, food security, and resilience of this COP28. And there's a declaration that was launched on day 2, which is called a UAE Declaration on Sustainable Agriculture, Resilience, Food Systems, and Climate Action. And this is really something I'd like to bring into the room, just in terms of there's a lot of promise out there. There's over 134 countries who signed up at the state of level. So if you go back to your countries, please use that declaration to put pressure on them and use it to argue for non-conditional adaptation finance, because that's what we're talking here. And we heard the portfolios are really important, and it needs to really step up. And I think it's really a good moment to also make it a cause for LDCs, for SIDS, for LLDCs. So just that, to place it in the context we are. I was asked probably to speak on behalf of many organizations that are part of the technical working group. And I really have to say, from our perspective, we have seen a change with the kind of mandate that was created at COP, when was it? In 2022, when the COP had invited the LEG to consider establishing the 4 working programs. And we heard already about it, right? So that's the technical guidelines subgroup, the NAP implementation support, the NAP tracking, and the multi-stakeholder forum. So now I don't have all the information, and in theory it's also the job which was already presented by the LEG to give a full update report. So I don't have that in 4 minutes, but let's just comment from it from an agency perspective. So on the first group, the NAP technical guidelines group, I think it was such a great idea, and it's also very appreciated that the LEG opened up to consult of the new implementation guidelines with agencies and kind of where we can bring in this 10 years of work experience with countries, trying to support countries in really making this a substantive document. So I think that's really something very, very important. and hopefully will also conclude very soon. And what I also is very appreciated by the agencies is the risk-based approach, which is a key element, no? Because it's one of the first steps to really look into vulnerability and the risk assessment. And also to emphasize the geospatial information, which means maps, vulnerability zoning, etc., etc. On the NAP implementation support, I want to flag this very important NAP implementation development initiative that was created. And also as an agency, we've been really getting a lot of different opportunities, let's say, to comment on from a technical perspective on still the design, but also the implementation plans, often together with partners. We also see what other partners are doing, what support is provided, how we work with the NDCP partnership as well, and the NAP Global Network. So that really helps us kind of as a community to better see where we are and where there's gaps, and provide, and of course the information from the GCF and GEF does help us to really fast track in some way our support, because the better we can see where there's a lag. So thanks always to flag, okay, there's these 10 countries who really need support. That's really important, because otherwise you have a lot of transaction costs and time going by until you mobilize the support. On the third, the NAP tracking group, I'd like to say that this is also a very important group where FAO, just to give an example, has been working on and proposing an M&E matrix paper in terms of tracking adaptation progress. And I think this is where there's still a little bit of work to be done, because it's not just like the moving into implementation, it's actually qualifying and quantifying what we mean as progress. And I also know that next year will be a crucial year in 2024, where we take, where UNFC and the LAC will take stock in terms of the progress. And I think this is where we need to hear from countries where you are and what are the biggest gaps, and not just the finance gaps, it's really at the national level, the institution building, the availability of domestic and international finance, etc. And last not least, on the multi-stakeholder forum subgroup, this is very important in terms of the just transition we hear so much here at COP, so the inclusiveness and in terms of indigenous peoples groups, smallholder farmers, private sector. This is really the opening up in making it, and that's really one of the treasures, let's say, of the NAP instrument, to make it an all of government, but not only that, an all of society approach that really leads to implementation. And this is also where it's really important, and I saw the report on the NAP Expos. The NAP Expo is such a core heart moment where we can enjoy kind of exchanging with really the countries, but also the agencies, and as a kind of NAP family of sorts, to really move the agenda forward. So please keep doing that. It's really important to us, and we'd like to contribute as much as we can, and I hope the other agencies not being allowed to speak today feel represented in some of the things I've been saying. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Eurinia and Wolf, for the updates. So, colleagues, before we start the question and answers, I just want to take this time to recognize current and past LEG members that are in their room, in this room. Please, maybe you can show your hands, at least for you to be identified. Jamin is here, okay. All right. And you? Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So this is just a show of hand, of course, about what we've been doing as a LEG, and at least the pool of membership we've had previously and also currently. So with this, I think we can now open the floor for discussion, question and answers. So the floor is open for any questions or reflection you have. Yes, Ben.
May I say thank you. Again, my name is Ben Kamo, former LEG member from Liberia. As you know, Liberia and Nepal were the first two countries to benefit from the Green Climate Fund in terms of the NAP formulation. First, let me take this time to say a big thank you to the Secretariat in terms of providing the necessary guidance and support. And thanks to the donor community for providing the money in terms of supporting the LDCs. And then a big thank you to our implementing partners for working with us. Now that we have completed the NAP, it doesn't mean that you leave us alone, because completion of the NAP is just one step, and then the implementation is a major step. So moving into 2024, I think we need to strengthen or accelerate the relationship in terms of identifying at least major projects so that we can take advantage of the GCF. Other than that, we will be complaining, but there will be no need to complain because the GCF is ready to support us. So I will urge our implementing partners not to leave us alone, but rather to keep working along with us. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much, Ben, for the reflection. Any other further reflection? Okay, we have a hand there.
Thank you. My name is Ronja from the Ministry of Environment of Madagascar. I would like to come back to the challenges faced by the LDCs in accessing funding. Mozambique suggested earlier that bureaucracy involved in accessing funds should be reduced, but I would like also to add that one of the challenges faced by the LDCs is the difficulty of procedures of the accredited entities. Maybe LEG with the different mechanism funding should engage discussion on this issue. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. So, yes, that is well noted on the side of the LEG. But nonetheless, I think before we take any other reflection, I can turn to Doji and also Alicia, if you have any reflection to that particular remarks. Yeah, Alicia, please. Yeah.
If I may start, because accreditation was mentioned. As I showed on my slides, we have a goal now, and we need to set by the board to double the number of direct access entities that have projects funded through GCF. So it means that we will need also to continue to support direct access entities. NDAs first, when they are nominating direct access entity and then supporting them, they have to go through accreditation process, but then also then support them to produce projects so that they would be able to do that. So I'm glad to report that in the next readiness strategy, there is also a separate window for $1 million for 4 years to support direct access entities, exactly in that process. So for them to go through readiness, within readiness to go through, to prepare for accreditation, submit accreditation proposals, but also afterwards support them to build their capacity to be able to produce concept notes. So this support will be available.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Aisha. Doji?
Yeah, the way we deliver our support is actually not through accredited entities, so probably that's not very relevant in terms of questions, but we provide support through agencies called JEF agencies, and I think this is one of the we had to be very clear about the various policies and procedures put in place in JEF for people to be able to access. And I think one of the key difficulties we realize from the country perspective is that there is always this lack of clarity on what needs to be done in terms of, when you prepare the project. So that was one of the reasons, the motivations, just like Alicia said, for us to have this various series of sub-regional workshops. Idea was to get people to understand how it works. And obviously agencies are important partners, but for us, it's a country that needs to decide. And that information, that piece of information is very, very important for countries to be empowering themselves to make decisions on priorities and procedures of JEF. So that was the whole intention, and I think we will work further on this.
Okay, thank you very much, Georgie. So maybe we can now take the last question. Yes, Madam. Okay, we have 2 more. Okay, we have 3.
Thank you. Thank you, LEG LDC, for conducting this important event, and thank you for GCF, GEF, and FAO. I would like to thank them for support us in Sudan for implementing many projects in accordance of adaptation and mitigation in their cycles. And by now we have finalized the food transforming system pathways, about 5 tracks. We are highly needed to be supported in implementing these 5 tracks because you know, this momentum had gained by food system and food security in this COP by that declaration. So regarding the capacity building gaps in accessing and simplified process to how to develop fundraising projects and so on, we need some finance to be allocated for this implementation of our new strategy in food system pathways. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Sumaya Abdul, working for Ministry of Agriculture and Forest. I am a forester working for Forest National Corporation. Now, many projects implemented by GCF for mitigation and adaptation in Sudan, in our organization. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll take the questions and then we'll come to the answer and then we close. So next, our colleague over there.
My name is Patrick Nkobatia from Environmental Affairs Department in Malawi. I wanted to understand something. I've heard of I think the GCF having a facility called the Project Preparation Fund. Yeah, I wanted to understand more about how it works, if particularly if there is a ceiling of project that a country should have, particularly the size of a project the country should have to be able to access this fund, and how many times can a country access this facility? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So the last person, you have like 1 minute for the question, please. We'll be closing soon.
My name is Augusto Pinto from Timor-Leste. My question will refer to Alicia from GCF. In our case, from the National Directorate of Climate Change, we are the one of, I think the first directorate eligible to GCF readiness in terms of the direct access modality. And we went to the FMCA 3 or 4 years back. But then, last year, GCF requested to reapply for FMCA. So, from LDC member state, why should we do that again? Because, you know, we have a limited capacity and resources, and you have, like, you set up these certain criteria that for countries need to apply again for the FMCA. So I think maybe this is you need to take into account here.
All right. Thank you very much. So I'm back to colleagues. Just 1 minute quickly to reflect on the question. Alicia, please.
Well, impossible in 1 minute, but just very quickly. So PPF, accredited entities, so direct entities or international accredited entities can have the support and up to $1.5 million, depending also on the needs of the project. So this is, again, as I mentioned, to go from concept note to finding full funding proposal. On FMCA, so just let's be clear, so this is not called accreditation, right? So FMCA is to become a delivery partner for readiness. This is a different story. And I cannot comment because this is every case is unique. Maybe we can talk after this. Yeah. On overall support, glad to hear that Sudan has been also receiving some support. But generally, of course, whenever you have needs, it's important that NDA is also works actively with potential, if you have a direct access entity or with international access entity, accredited entity to generate project ideas can be then become concept notes that will be submitted to us, and in the end can come as funding proposals for our board to consider and potentially approve.
Yeah, very quickly. So I think for us, country decides where you want to put money on. Obviously, you know, of course, this has to be in line with your national strategy and NAPs and other important guiding documents that lays out. So we don't have any set-aside resources under LDCA for particularly if you know, so that actually decide on how you want to spend money. For example, we have $20 million for Sudan. So that's up to you how you want to spend based on your national strategies, plans, and other priorities, adaptation priorities of the country. We don't have facilities as such in terms of the project like GCF, but what we have is we have something called project preparatory grant. So that's tied to individual projects. So I mean, these things are all available. I'm happy to take it offline anytime, given the time constraint we are facing here. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the program. So just want to say from the side of the leg and the secretariat, thanks to everyone for making time to attend, and also join me to thank, of course, all the speakers for this particular event. So in conclusion, just quickly take note that we'll be having also today a high-level side event on National Adaptation Plan that is scheduled to take place from 7 to 9 p.m. today. So you can also invite your ministers, head of delegation, also you're very safe to be there. Of course, there will be also simultaneous translation, and to be taking place in meeting room 3. Thank you very much, and see you, of course, by 7 to 9. Thank you.
todas en este espacio, en este side event, relacionada a gobernanza, implementación y seguimiento de las NDCs sobre energía y bosques en América Latina. Por lo tanto, esta sesión será completamente en español. Bienvenidos quienes nos están siguiendo no solamente en las plataformas de cambio climático del espacio de la COP, sino también en las redes sociales de las diferentes instituciones que nos acompañan. Queremos hacer este diálogo entre organizaciones de sociedad civil y también organizaciones y pueblos indígenas de América Latina y el Caribe sobre las brechas y oportunidades en la implementación, seguimiento y evaluación de financiamiento en las NDCs de energía y bosques, para alcanzar la ambición climática regional de descarbonización a través de la preservación y protección de los derechos de las poblaciones. Como texto introductorio, para generar precisamente este diálogo y presentar a quienes nos acompañan en la mesa, comentar que el 2023 se ha perfilado como el año más cálido, lo sentimos, ¿verdad? Acá también. Y los picos con temperatura mundial con récords históricos en las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. La ONU ha advertido de manera enfática que entramos en la era de ebullición global. Pese a las serias advertencias emitidas por el IPCC, los reportes de este año de la ONU y el PNUMA son determinantes. Los gobiernos no están reduciendo sus emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y avances climáticos actuales son insuficientes para cumplir los objetivos del Acuerdo de París. Por el contrario, la ruta que vienen siguiendo estos países nos orillan también al crecimiento de la temperatura entre los 2.5 grados hasta los 2.9 grados, por encima de los niveles preindustriales en este siglo, que destaca la necesidad urgente de intensificar la acción por el clima. La región América Latina es responsable del 8% de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero a nivel mundial. Sin embargo, será una de las regiones más afectadas frente al cambio climático. En nuestra región, el sector agrícola, acompañado por los cambios de uso del suelo, de la tierra y deforestación, representa el 47% de las emisiones, nivel muy superior al promedio del 19%. Por ello, es fundamental detener la deforestación y la degradación a través de acciones para promover la conservación de nuestros sumideros de carbono, la atención de los principales motores de la deforestación y el respeto de los derechos colectivos para las poblaciones que están en primera línea para su defensa, los pueblos indígenas. Por otro lado, en la región, la energía, el consumo de electricidad y el transporte representan otro 43% de las emisiones, por lo cual será clave las acciones para la reducción progresiva del uso de combustibles fósiles y la promoción de una transición energética basada en el aprovechamiento de energías renovables. La COP28 y el informe del balance mundial son una oportunidad importante para influir en los nuevos objetivos nacionales de reducción de emisiones, por supuesto, que los países deben presentar en el 2025. En ese sentido, desde nuestras organizaciones consideramos clave este espacio que nos permita conocer y reflexionar cómo ha sido y ha ido avanzando la implementación de las NDCs en los países de la cuenca amazónica como Brasil, Perú, Colombia, así como las brechas y desafíos para la ambición climática en ese ecosistema clave para la lucha contra el cambio climático. Con esta introducción vamos a presentar a nuestros paneles, son dos. El primero es el panel sobre bosques, quien nos va a acompañar en la moderación es Carla Mas, es parte del Climate Action Network Latinoamérica, CANLA. Bienvenida, Carla. Además, nos va a presentar en este primer panel Gregorio Díaz Mirabal. Él es coordinador de Cambio Climático y Biodiversidad de la Organización de Pueblos Indígenas COICA. También nos va a acompañar Carlos Gaitán, que es coordinador del Territorio Medio Ambiente y Cambio Climático de OPIAC, así como el señor Agilio Semperi, jefe de la organización Comaru, Consejo Machiguenga del Río Urubamba. Con estas tres personas vamos a iniciar el primer bloque sobre bosques y luego continuaremos el bloque sobre energía, a cargo mío, Iris Olivera de la Institución Derecho, Ambiente y Recursos Naturales DAR, con Tania Ricaldi de la Red de Transición Energética Justa y Popular, así como Andrea Prieto, que nos van a acompañar a través del enlace de Zoom, ¿no? Y ella es coordinadora del Área Justicia Climática de Ambiente y Sociedad de Colombia, y Elaine Shaihan, presidenta de la Coordinadora Regional de los Pueblos Indígenas de San Lorenzo Corpi, de la base AIDCEP del Perú. Con todo esto nos vamos a iniciar este primer panel y gracias por su atención.
Muchísimas gracias, Iris, y muchísimas gracias por la invitación a estar en este tan relevante espacio de conversación con líderes y dirigentes de pueblos y nacionalidades indígenas de la Amazonía de Venezuela, Perú y Colombia. Como bien decía Iris en su introducción, el cambio de uso de suelo y la pérdida de bosques incluida es la fuente principal de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero en la región, y además la preservación de los bosques, por otro lado, es clave para la estabilidad climática. Conscientes de eso, los países de la región han incluido dentro de sus contribuciones nacionalmente determinadas componentes de preservación y de cuidado de los bosques. Sabemos, no obstante, que la implementación de estas NDCs tiene diferentes matices. Los líderes aquí presentes nos van a presentar sus visiones respecto de cómo se podría contribuir desde los territorios a la implementación de las NDCs, al seguimiento de las NDCs y, por qué no, a evaluar su cumplimiento. Quisiera entonces partir con la primera pregunta con Agilio Semperi, el jefe de gobierno de Machihuanga, del río Urabamba, de Comaru, Perú, con la siguiente pregunta. Y muchas gracias, Agilio, por tu presencia acá. Sabemos entonces que Perú tiene compromisos para la preservación de bosques incluidos en su NDC y que hay un mandato muy claro para la actualización de estas contribuciones nacionales. Desde una visión territorial, desde una visión de los pueblos, desde una visión amazónica, ¿cuáles podrían ser las propuestas para ser incluidas en este proceso de actualización?
Somos de AIDCEP, somos 9 regionales, 2.400 comunidades y 109 federaciones. Sobre la pregunta, si bien es cierto, nosotros entendemos que el tema de la propuesta que nosotros hemos venido planteando a nivel nacional de que nuestro gobierno hasta el momento no está articulando con las organizaciones nacionales, ni mucho menos con las organizaciones regionales, ni mucho menos con las comunidades nativas. Por lo cual, hasta el momento nosotros venimos atropellando por el tema de dar concesiones en tema de entrega de los bosques, y el otro tema, y la propuesta que nosotros planteamos es que a nosotros nos debe considerar articuladamente para poder plantear de que si hay una propuesta, si hay un proyecto que va a atropellar los derechos de los pueblos y también el medio ambiente, tiene que haber un plan de mitigación para poder mejorar el tema de contaminación que va a ocasionar de acá más adelante. Porque se ha visto de que cada proyecto que hace nuestro gobierno siempre hace el impacto negativo. Y quienes sufren son las comunidades nativas, quienes sufren somos nosotros, por eso nosotros venimos acá. Por eso es el planteamiento y la propuesta que se tiene que considerar las propuestas de los pueblos indígenas que venimos trabajando a través de AIDCEP.
Muchísimas gracias, Agilio, y quizás en una segunda ronda estaríamos muy contentos de escuchar las propuestas de AIDCEP. Si nos pudieses compartir si el tiempo no está a nuestro favor. Quería entonces darle la palabra a Gregorio Mirabal. Gregorio Mirabal es el ex secretario general de la COICA y actualmente es el coordinador de Cambio Climático y Biodiversidad, con años en el proceso de dirigencia, líder también de la organización en Venezuela por una serie de periodos. Gregorio, en esta misma línea, hace un par de días, COICA presentó un observatorio de biodiversidad. Sería muy interesante conocer cómo este observatorio, cómo ves tú que este observatorio podría contribuir a la implementación de las NDCs y los compromisos en protección de bosques de nuestros países.
Muchísimas gracias. Y agradecido a todas las personas que están presentes y los que nos siguen por las plataformas tecnológicas del planeta. En primer lugar, quería solidarizarme con los hermanos de IDC por el asesinato del hermano Quinto Inuma. Hace unas horas han asesinado a un hermano en defensa de los bosques tropicales de la Amazonía. Creo que el primer compromiso que tienen los gobiernos amazónicos y los gobiernos del mundo es proteger la vida de los defensores del planeta, de los bosques, que somos nosotros. Entonces, ese sería el primer deber que no ha sido cumplido. Con respecto al Observatorio de Cambio Climático, un Observatorio de Cambio Climático indígena de la COICA, lo hemos creado la semana pasada precisamente por la preocupación de que se han roto todas las alarmas, se han roto todos los relojes de alarma sobre el cambio climático. Estamos en una etapa donde ya se ha salido del control de los estados, se ha salido del control de las personas, de los territorios, de la geografía, la situación climática, inundaciones, sequías, enfermedades para los pueblos indígenas. Entonces, en ese sentido, el observatorio está diciendo nuevamente aquí en esta COP, donde se están haciendo tantas promesas de financiamiento y se están haciendo tantas promesas de apoyar la lucha contra el cambio climático, mitigación y adaptación, recordar una vez más que la Amazonía, los territorios indígenas amazónicos donde estamos nosotros, representamos el 30% de la selva amazónica, territorios indígenas. Nuestros bosques tropicales en manos de los pueblos indígenas en la cuenca amazónica, mitiga, almacena, lucha contra el cambio climático, ya que almacena 40 millones de toneladas de carbono para el planeta. Pero en este momento nuestro observatorio está viendo que en los últimos 10 años en la Amazonía ya van 20 millones de hectáreas desaparecidas de bosques, de árboles. Entonces eso preocupa, eso no ayuda a la lucha contra el cambio climático. Entonces el llamado es, en este momento, un llamado de emergencia, primero de que se cumplan las promesas, en segundo lugar, un llamado a todos a construir indicadores que tengan que ver con el cumplimiento de las metas sobre adaptación, la famosa NDC, las contribuciones de cada país contra esta lucha contra el cambio climático. Todavía no hay indicadores de cómo los pueblos indígenas lo estamos haciendo. Lo que yo estoy diciendo no está un indicador oficial de los gobiernos. Los gobiernos no están reconociendo el trabajo que estamos haciendo como pueblos indígenas en los territorios. Ellos dicen que esas metas se están cumpliendo porque es el Estado. No, si no estuvieran los pueblos indígenas en los territorios, no se estuvieran cumpliendo estas metas de lucha contra el cambio climático. Entonces, construir unos indicadores oficiales donde diga cada territorio de cada pueblo indígena cuánto está contribuyendo a la mitigación y a la adaptación del cambio climático. Reconocer esos estándares y, por supuesto, definitivamente financiar la lucha contra el cambio climático que están haciendo los pueblos indígenas en los territorios. Es una recomendación, es un grito ante estas alarmas del cambio climático y lo vuelvo a repetir. Ahí están los números. El bosque, los pueblos indígenas, el conocimiento indígena están mitigando y están haciendo un proceso fuerte de adaptación al cambio climático, pero necesita apoyo, necesita financiamiento, necesita políticas que garanticen los derechos del bosque y los derechos de los pueblos indígenas, los derechos a la vida de los pueblos indígenas. Entonces, ese es el llamado para que se pueda construir unos planes de mitigación y adaptación que puedan servirle a los países y a todo el planeta. Gracias.
Siéntanse libres de aplaudir, por favor. Muchísimas gracias por esas ideas, Gregorio, y por las palabras inspiradoras. Quería entonces saber si nos está escuchando Carlos Gaitán. Él es coordinador de Territorio, Medio Ambiente y Cambio Climático de la OPIAC, que es la nacional de Colombia, de pueblos indígenas. Carlos, ¿nos escuchas? Vemos que está, vemos que está conectado, pero no Sí, podemos escucharle.
Hola, ¿sí me escuchan? Hola.
Perfecto. Bienvenido, Carlos, qué gusto que estés con nosotros remotamente. Queríamos aprovechar de compartir también contigo tus ideas, sugerencias, visiones sobre cómo fortalecer los compromisos de los gobiernos, cómo asegurar los compromisos de los gobiernos en materia de preservación de bosques y en particular en estas metas que se establecen a nivel nacional reconocidas como NDCs. Tienes 8 minutos, Carlos.
Bueno, muy bien, muy buenos días, gracias por la invitación. Creo que de mi punto de vista y en representación de los 64 indígenas de la nacionalidad colombiana, ¿cómo contribuimos como pueblos indígenas? A través de nuestra conservación de los territorios, debido a las prácticas ancestrales, los conocimientos tradicionales y la pervivencia de la cultura indígena. Los bosques y los servicios ambientales que ofrecemos son esenciales para combatir el cambio climático y seguir preservando la gran biodiversidad que alberga el mundo. Nosotros como pueblos indígenas hemos sufrido muchos problemas en cada uno de nuestros territorios y en cada uno de los países que habitamos en la cuenca amazónica de todo el mundo. Pero gracias a nuestra sabiduría ancestral, a nuestros conocimientos tradicionales, hemos aportado al mundo la supervivencia de esto para que el mundo global sea sea más factible en la vivencia de todo el mundo. Es decir, los territorios indígenas son los que han conservado, los territorios indígenas son los que han estado en ese albergue de que la práctica cultural a través de nuestras esencias como pueblos indígenas hemos también participado y hemos también aportado al mundo para que a través de este aire puro sea más práctico y que la humanidad tenga esa vida buena. Y además nosotros queremos también desde la importancia de nuestra comunidad indígena, hemos hablado de la conservación de la Amazonía colombiana. Si hablamos de la conservación, no solamente estamos hablando de la Amazonía colombiana, sino a nivel del mundo. Estamos hablando de los pueblos indígenas que habitan en dichos territorios, de sus esfuerzos por combatir los modelos económicos que buscan en el extractivismo el soporte de la economía, así como a los diversos actores involucrados que en medio del abandono estatal buscan su enriquecimiento con actividades ilegales. Los pueblos indígenas somos los guardianes de la Amazonía y su legado histórico y cultural son el reflejo vivo de su cultura y compromiso con la conservación. Eso sería como mi intervención.
Muchísimas gracias, Carlos, y te pudimos escuchar fuerte y claro desde acá. Antes de pasar al siguiente panel para conversar más en materia de energía, sí quisiera darle la palabra a Gilio. No sé, Gilio, presentabas en tu intervención inicial sobre propuestas de IDCEP. Quizás quisieras compartir alguna de ellas en unos 5 minutos.
Ya bueno, sí, justamente nosotros queremos la implementación de red más indígena amazónico con la articulación de todas nuestras comunidades nativas, tanto en nuestras comunidades como sectores que vivimos dentro de nuestras comunidades. Y tanto la implementación en los gobiernos locales y regionales. Y también para poder fortalecer el manejo forestal comunitario para reducir sobre los bosques . lo que vienen en tema de la reducción, que también viene ocasionando el tema de que llamamos en el Perú el tema de maderos ilegales, el tema de hidrocarburos, el tema de que nuestro gobierno da concesiones en temas ambientales para madereros ilegales, que ellos vienen ocasionando dentro de la propuesta que se debe plantear a través de ADCEP. Por parte de nosotros, queremos que fortalezca el tema para poder reducir es el tema de la titulación de comunidades. Si bien es cierto, en toda la Amazonía del Perú, muchas comunidades no están tituladas y ni mucho menos están reconocidas. Para poder minimizar el tema de la contaminación, es el primordial titular las comunidades nativas. Por eso nosotros siempre hemos garantizado la protección de nuestro territorio. Las comunidades tituladas que tenemos en esa Amazonía del Perú son comunidades que están protegidas. Pero hay comunidades que no están tituladas, que el gobierno da concesiones a las empresas mineras, a las empresas hidrocarburíferas. El tema de palma aceitera que hace el tema de contaminación. Por eso, dentro de la propuesta de ADCEP que venimos trabajando las 9 regionales, es el tema de titulación y reconocimiento de comunidades. Es la única propuesta que podemos minimizar el tema de contaminación y el tema de poder recuperar el tema de medio ambiente, y el compromiso que el Perú tiene hasta el momento no lo está cumpliendo. Por eso nosotros venimos acá a plantear nuestra propuesta y que esto se cumpla. Nosotros los pueblos indígenas que venimos, sí cumplimos, sí protegemos nuestro bosque y vamos a seguir protegiendo, buscando aliados. Por eso necesitamos que las grandes cooperaciones enfoquen a nuestra Amazonía. Si bien es cierto, nosotros, ya lo dijo el hermano, hay muchos líderes asesinados, más de 15 líderes asesinados. Hace poco un hermano de la organización Codepizán fue asesinado. Hasta ahorita no hay justicia. Por eso nosotros venimos acá a plantear y que esto no haya más muerte y que seguimos trabajando para cuidar nuestro planeta Tierra. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias a Gilio, Gregorio y Carlos. Vamos a dar entonces paso al siguiente panel, pero no sin antes hacer un pequeño destacar algunas de las cosas que ustedes mencionaron en su intervención. La relevancia de la generación de información desde las bases como mecanismo importante para la protección de los bosques. Asimismo, el derecho del bosque, el derecho de los pueblos indígenas, fortalecer toda la jurisprudencia al respecto, el manejo forestal comunitario y las oportunidades para la implementación de la NDC. La titulación de las comunidades es una oportunidad clara para los gobiernos para asegurar la protección de los bosques, así como también lo es el fortalecimiento de las economías indígenas y el financiamiento claramente asociado. Y lo último, destacar lo que comentaba Gregorio, que es la relevancia de poder levantar estos indicadores sobre cómo los pueblos y nacionalidades indígenas contribuyen a cumplir con la meta nacional en materia de conservación de bosques. Gracias y te paso la palabra, Iris.
Muchas gracias y rápidamente pasamos al siguiente bloque energía, porque estos son los dos que no solamente traen la atención, sino también son de urgencias de atención frente al cambio climático en América Latina. Y vamos a tener una mirada regional. En el espacio de la COP se viene hablando de un programa de trabajo vinculado a transición energética, el cual está haciendo con fortalecimiento de capacidades, y el reto ahí, las observaciones de sociedad civil es, bueno, que no solamente sea capacitación, sino también un espacio de toma de decisiones, ¿no? Para no solamente no seguir hablando más sobre transición, sino que sean acciones concretas en esa línea. Y aquí ya paso ya la posta a Tania Ricaldi, ella es de la Red de Transición Energética Justa y Popular, lo dije bien, sí, Tania, y coméntanos cuáles son estas brechas y desafíos en las NDCs actuales, ¿no?, con una mirada regional, para lograr habilitar esa transición, con miras a los hechos.
¿Se te encendió? Muchas gracias. Gracias, sinceramente me siento muy honrada de poder compartir la mesa con los hermanos y hermanas indígenas. Sí, en el caso de la Red de Transición Energética Popular venimos reflexionando precisamente y haciendo el seguimiento a lo que son los NDCs en el tema de energía. Y lo que se puede observar a nivel regional es que en realidad estos compromisos nacionales tienen una mirada reduccionista de lo que es la energía. Se concentran demasiado en electricidad, cuando la energía, y eso nos pueden ayudar a entender los compañeros, las hermanas de pueblos indígenas, en realidad hace a todo lo que permite el funcionamiento de lo que es la sociedad, la economía. Y nosotros nos concentramos como países solamente en abordar menos del 20% de lo que significa el problema de la energía en la región, que es la electricidad. Cuando existe detrás toda una serie, de todo un contexto además histórico que nos define que los pueblos indígenas, las comunidades rurales han sido históricamente marginados de lo que es el disfrute de la energía. Y los compromisos nacionalmente determinados no van a cerrar esas brechas, esas desigualdades y esas inequidades que el sistema energético ha generado. Otro aspecto importante tiene que ver con lo que hace a lo que es la energía en el sentido de la transición. Estamos en una situación de crisis energética debido a la acumulación por fosilización, por combustibles fósiles. Pero hay todo un riesgo también en términos de la acumulación por desfosilización que hoy se está planteando en los escenarios, en los territorios. Las energías renovables, la transición pensada desde una visión corporativa está generando también muchos riesgos e impactos en las comunidades que no se discute. Y creo que ahí es importante, y desde la red proponemos que en realidad se haga una discusión de la transición energética y una construcción de propuestas y acciones desde lo que es la integralidad y la conectividad que tiene que tener la transición energética, el tema energético, con lo que es alimentación, con lo que es territorio inicialmente, alimentación, ríos, recursos hídricos, pero también con lo que es la misma energía. Otro aspecto importante tiene que ver con, muchas veces cuando hablamos de las políticas energéticas, las miramos desde un enfoque sectorial y eso vemos en los NDCs de América Latina. Hay una mirada sectorial, pero no se pone en discusión cómo este sistema energético en realidad es un sistema energético que permite perpetuar un modelo hegemónico, patriarcal, colonial, de devastación territorial. En la Amazonía vemos cómo se está generando la ampliación como respuestas en teoría a lo que es el tema de la necesidad de hacer estos procesos de transición. ¿A través de qué? De grandes proyectos hidroeléctricos, pero también la expansión de la frontera agrícola a través de lo que son los agrocombustibles. Estos son temas que no se están discutiendo, que no están presentes en los compromisos nacionalmente determinados. Y además, esto hay que dirigirlo también en términos de cómo conectamos la transición energética con la necesidad de financiamiento que requieren los países a partir del reconocimiento de una vulnerabilidad multidimensional que se da a partir de lo que es precisamente la crisis energética, la crisis climática, pero también la crisis sistémica. Entonces creo que hay varios elementos que en los NDCs de América Latina están ausentes y que es muy funcional a los gobiernos, en realidad, tanto de los países desarrollados, pero también de los países en desarrollo para mantener estas prácticas extractivistas de profundización de lo que son las desigualdades, estos impactos, y que están muy fuertemente vinculados con la economía de la transición, también a partir de lo que son los minerales críticos. Entonces, creo que hay muchos temas que hay que poner en la discusión, y hablar de soberanía energética debe significar hablar de soberanía territorial, hablar de soberanía alimentaria, hablar de soberanía hídrica y hablar de respeto a los derechos de pueblos indígenas, de los derechos territoriales, del respeto a los derechos de la madre tierra. Muchas gracias, Ana. Claro, y concreto, porque esa es la voz de Latinoamérica que hace falta en este espacio de la COP. Estamos al otro lado del mundo y es necesario también elevar estas posiciones. Y ahora nos pasamos a Colombia, con Ambiente y Sociedad, ¿no? Con Andrea Prieto. Bienvenida, Andrea, coordinadora del área de justicia climática de la institución Ambiente y Sociedad, y
Y coméntanos, Andrea, ¿cómo se percibe la transición energética dentro de las medidas NDCs en tu país, ¿no? ¿Qué tipo de medidas la respaldan? ¿Qué tipo de transición están proponiéndose o incentivando? ¿Nos escuchas, Andrea?
Claro que sí. Buenas tardes para todas y todos. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Perfecto, adelante.
Ok, bueno, muchas gracias y muchas gracias a Tania, porque yo creo que da el contexto muy claro para Colombia también. Quisiera señalar algunos elementos rápidos del país frente a la transición energética y bueno, y es que Colombia tiene una meta de lograr la carbono neutralidad en 2050 y reducir en 51% su emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y pues la transición es el camino para llegar a ello, ¿no? La transición energética. También, si bien el uso de combustibles fósiles no es la principal causa de emisión de gases de efecto invernadero, lo es la deforestación, su economía sí depende básicamente del petróleo y del carbón. Se dice que más o menos la exportación de estos dos dan casi el 45% de las exportaciones totales del país. Entonces hablamos de algo muy importante para el PIB nacional, ¿no? Otro dato importante en Colombia es que su matriz energética digamos que depende mucho de las hidroeléctricas, pero la generación de electricidad sí está centrada principalmente en combustibles fósiles, 38% en petróleo, 25% de gas, 13% en carbón. Entonces, esto, digamos, estas dos cosas, el tema de la generación de energía hidroeléctrica y por otro lado el de combustibles fósiles, dan un panorama complejo para el país, porque las reservas de petróleo y carbón están más o menos para 7 años y por otro lado las sequías por el cambio climático y la variabilidad climática pues generan muchas afectaciones en las hidroeléctricas. Por eso, digamos que es tan importante este tema de la transición energética. En las NDC, haciendo una revisión, no se encuentra el concepto transición energética. Se habla que va más adelante en un compromiso por un futuro de Colombia, se va a trabajar por la transición energética y la restauración activa. No hay concepto específico como tal. Digamos, dentro de sus elementos transversales hay se señala la transición justa, pero esta está enmarcada más en la fuerza laboral que, digamos, como en la articulación con todo lo que implica un sistema energético, ¿no? Entonces, creemos que allí hay una falencia grande, a pesar que hay actividades u objetivos o medidas específicas que están hablando de transición. Por ejemplo, pero también, como lo decía Tania, está muy a nivel sectorial. Entonces, para el sector de energía está específicamente unas medidas de diversificación energética, de un mayor uso de fuentes de energía renovables, de programas en mejoras en el transporte, por ejemplo, pero no hay algo muy específico o muy claro que guíe a una meta clara y de acciones, sobre todo. Según el último reporte de avance de las NDC, se hablan de medidas como muy generales, ¿no? Documentos técnicos, planes, estrategias, hojas de ruta, acuerdos hacia esta línea, pero no hay como acciones concretas adelantadas que permitan como evaluar realmente cuál es el papel que o los avances que se tienen para la transición energética. Y esto, digamos que va como un poco en contravía de lo que se ha hecho en Colombia. Digamos que desde el 2014, ya casi 10 años, se está promoviendo la transición energética en nuestro país con el uso de energía con fuentes no convencionales renovables. Tenemos diversas leyes, diferentes documentos COMPEX, diálogos sociales sobre una hoja de ruta de la transición energética, pero no hay mayores avances, ¿no? Por ejemplo, digamos que para el año pasado se esperaba que la energía solar y la energía eólica generaran el 14% de toda la energía de la matriz colombiana, pero digamos en los diferentes estudios y avances que hay sobre el tema se habla de un 0.6% de energía solar y un 0.1% de eólica. En otros hablan de entre los dos un 2.3%. O sea que no llegar al 14% es muy complejo, no ha sido tan fácil a pesar de toda la normativa y todos los avances técnicos que puedan existir. Entonces esto nos lleva como a algunas reflexiones que también van un poco de la mano de lo que mencionaba Tania anteriormente, y es que, bueno, ahí me escuchan, se fue un sonido acá, bueno, no sé, voy a seguir. Por ejemplo, digamos que hay un avance hacia la transición energética o en términos normativos, pero está siendo muy encaminado a la transición energética corporativa. En un mapeo que hicimos el año pasado, encontramos alrededor de 114 proyectos de energía solar y energía eólica en el país, versus unos 35 de nivel local. Entonces hay una gran diferencia. También vemos que hay una falta de articulación entre lo que hablan las NDC o los compromisos y las acciones con las políticas y demás medidas. Hay un montón de cosas que se están haciendo en el país, pero no están articulados con los resultados que se piensan en las NDC. También hay dificultad a la hora de tener datos. Si no hay fuentes oficiales donde se pueda consultar a detalle cuáles son los avances, cuáles son los desafíos, las oportunidades y los aprendizajes que hay frente a este ejercicio de iniciativas y proyectos de transición energética. Tampoco hay estudios, y también lo mencionaba la expositora anterior, de los impactos que están generando estas nuevas iniciativas, ¿no? Se está promoviendo mucho proyectos a gran escala eólicos y solares, también se está promoviendo iniciativas de hidrógeno verde, pero no hay unos estudios, unas evaluaciones que nos indiquen cuáles son los impactos socioambientales que esto puede causar y pues de los conflictos que puede crear o agudizar en los territorios, ¿no? Entonces, digamos que si bien hay avances en nuestro país en términos, como ya lo dije, muy normativo y regulatorio, sí creemos que faltan acciones muy concretas, muy específicas y que apoyen sobre todo a lo local. A pesar de, digamos, el discurso que tiene el gobierno nacional, también no sé si escucharon que Colombia también se unió a este llamado a la no proliferación de combustibles fósiles en esta COP. Hay muchos limitantes, ¿no? Hay muchos retos económicos, como lo mencionaba, que dependemos muchísimo del petróleo y del carbón. Hay retos en el abastecimiento, porque como lo mencionaba también, todavía no suplimos esos otros tipos de energía para combatir o frenar el uso de combustibles fósiles. También la construcción de estrategias para la disminución progresiva, cuando por ejemplo, actualmente hay un empuje hacia el uso del gas y hacia el uso de hidrógeno verde, por ejemplo, que no sabemos, como lo mencionaba, los impactos. Y entonces, pues todo esto debería analizarse, qué se puede decir o en qué está el discurso, pero también cómo se puede aterrizar y qué realmente se puede hacer en los territorios, ¿no? Entonces sí es necesario trabajar hacia lograr una gobernanza de energías renovables, pero una que incluya la participación local y se reconozca mucho el trabajo de las comunidades y de los pueblos étnicos. Lo dejaría allí.
Preciso, gracias Andrea. Y para tener la mirada de los pueblos indígenas y también de la voz de las mujeres, quiero presentarles a Elaine Sheikhan, y es la presidenta de la Coordinadora Regional de Pueblos Indígenas de San Lorenzo. Quiero destacar que es la primera presidenta de esta organización después de muchos años desde el movimiento indígena. Y coméntanos, Elaine, ya nos han mencionado sobre los retos regionales que implica el proceso de transición, ¿no? Que también a nivel de energía hay una experiencia, y también nos comentarías de estas experiencias que se han tenido en Perú con el desarrollo de actividades extractivas, ¿no? Y que están incluso hasta alineadas entre sectores, ¿no? Por ejemplo, líneas de transmisión que son conectadas al sector energía, pero que también requieren la construcción de infraestructura vial, y que esto a su vez implica deforestación que afecta otro sector importante, ¿no? Y como lo mencionaban varias veces, la línea de infraestructura vial en espacios como la vía amazónica, donde hay actividades, se desarrollan actividades ilegales y están siendo asesinados defensores ambientales, de manera desorganizada desde el sector transportes puede promover, ¿no?, mayor deforestación, ¿no? En un side event anterior mencionaban también la necesidad de una propuesta NDC para bosques que aborde el tema de infraestructura vial para poder reducir y llegar a la meta. Pero desde la mirada de los pueblos indígenas también, tomando en cuenta estos aportes, ¿cuáles son estos lineamientos incluso para poder aterrizar al proceso de transición, ¿no?, del sistema también con el enfoque de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas en la INE? Bienvenida también en este espacio.
Bien, primeramente quiero agradecer en este espacio. También estoy representando a nuestra organización nacional AIRECEP. Nosotros somos base regional de AIRECEP. Estamos toda la comitiva, gracias por este espacio y también trayendo las voces de las mujeres indígenas en este espacio. Desde el día de hoy tengo muchas preguntas que hacer a nuestro Estado peruano, dado que las brechas de acceso a energías en nuestro país es grande. Es un problema de años. Actualmente nuestro país depende de los hidrocarburos. Yo vengo de Loreto, de la Amazonía peruana. La región de donde vengo es una zona donde hay más industrias que han impactado profundamente debido a los derrames de hidrocarburo en nuestros territorios. Es necesario que el Estado peruano piense cambiar las fuentes de energía renovable, que no solamente vea que el petróleo es el único fuente de poder tener energía, porque de nuestras experiencias también deben ser tomadas en cuenta. Nuestra mirada como pueblos indígenas deben responder a nuestras necesidades. Por ejemplo, tenemos hace poco que hemos tenido un derrame de petróleo en nuestro territorio. Sin embargo, el Estado poco o nada hace en limpiar el territorio y en atender mucho menos a la población indígena. Carecemos de educación, salud, seguridad alimentaria, porque ¿de dónde nos vamos nosotros? Nos alimentamos de nuestros ríos, de nuestras cochas, de nuestros bosques. Si estos derrames de hidrocarburo afectan nuestras cochas, nuestros ríos, ¿de dónde nos alimentamos nosotros? Para ustedes, hermanos, es importante que sepan de que los pueblos indígenas no somos obstruccionistas del desarrollo. Como siempre nos han dicho, que los pueblos indígenas no quieren el desarrollo. No es así, sino que los pueblos indígenas, tanto los hombres, mujeres, sufrimos con diferentes tipos de enfermedad. Hace poco que hemos tenido en nuestros pueblos poliomielitis. Hace poco que ha salido una enfermedad también donde murieron 4 niños chapras. Enfermedades desconocidas. Mujeres con abortos espontáneos que no podemos identificar nosotros qué tipo de enfermedad nos viene, porque donde hay derrames se dan estos. Tenemos también en nuestra zona hepatitis B, que el Estado peruano cada vez más está ciego, sordo, y no hace nada en contrarrestar, en limpiar nuestros ríos contaminados. Para que pase el oleoducto norperuano más de 40 años, los pueblos indígenas hemos sido engañados por desconocimiento. Primero ha sido en tiempo de caucho, luego vinieron los petroleros, dijeron que los pueblos indígenas con el petróleo se van a desarrollar. Más de 40 años de explotación petrolera en nuestra Amazonía, ¿qué han tenido, qué desarrollo tienen las comunidades? Los pueblos indígenas no tienen servicios básicos. Los pueblos indígenas cada vez más en extinción. Nos están matando poco a poco porque la gente están con metales pesados en la sangre y el Estado no hace nada. Es importante de que en estas negociaciones, antes de estas negociaciones, el sector más importante, el MINAM, debió haber llamado a los pueblos indígenas, de escucharlos, de sacar una propuesta articulada, cómo nosotros como pueblos indígenas queremos una energía justa, sin afectar nuestro territorio. Pero hasta el momento nosotros no hemos tenido ninguna reunión con estos sectores. Yo le pregunto a estos dos sectores, ¿qué es lo que están pensando hacer para frenar el cambio climático? Es lindo venir acá a otros países a hablar otras cosas que no ni siquiera están en el territorio hecho, que ni siquiera es articulado la participación de los pueblos indígenas. Yo aclaro acá de que el oleoducto norperuano pasa por el territorio de los pueblos indígenas. Los pueblos indígenas no se benefician por este oleoducto. Al contrario, nos están matando con toda esta contaminación. Y esto es una preocupación bastante grande para nosotros, donde nosotros proponemos como pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía peruana de que el MINAM se sienten a escuchar a los pueblos indígenas, a recoger las recomendaciones, las propuestas desde nuestra convivencia, desde nuestro territorio, que nuestra propuesta sea hecha desde de abajo hacia arriba, no que nos impongan desde el gabinete. Nosotros como pueblos indígenas vivimos en el territorio y que hablamos de una vida plena y que nosotros siempre pedimos que se nos consulte antes de hacer cualquier tipo de actividad en el territorio de los pueblos indígenas. Pero sin embargo, no somos escuchados. Desde acá hacemos un llamado al Ministerio de Energía y Minas que no solamente vea la solución explotando petróleo, contaminando el territorio del pueblo indígena, sino vea otras alternativas de una energía justa, donde no puedan atentar contra la vida de los pueblos indígenas. En ello nosotros, como mujeres también, estamos participando en este espacio de la COP y compartiendo experiencias, trayendo las voces de los pueblos indígenas directamente desde el territorio, desde el Perú profundo, donde no tenemos conectividad, donde no tenemos luz, donde no tenemos nada. Venimos acá dando entender al mundo entero que los pueblos indígenas estamos cada vez más amenazados, que nuestros territorios están concesionados por los nuevos pozos petroleros, que en nuestro país solamente el gobierno ve que petróleo es la solución, sin embargo no es la solución, y eso no es una energía sostenible para los pueblos indígenas, y un proyecto sostenible tampoco, donde cada vez más la vida de los pueblos indígenas se peligra. Y en eso hacemos un llamado a todos los sectores, a todos los estados, que se pongan de acuerdo, y sabemos muy bien que es un proceso, pero comencemos. No solamente hablemos, dejemos el discurso, sino comencemos a implementar y empecemos ya ya no en el discurso, en boca, sino en hechos, en implementar con una energía justa que no afecte los territorios de los pueblos indígenas, no solamente los pueblos indígenas, a todo donde habitamos, tanto los pueblos indígenas, los hispanohablantes también, que nosotros llamamos, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que en ello, para los pueblos indígenas es claro y es clave también de dejar este mensaje que por favor se pongan manos al pecho y que ya no más explotación petrolera en los territorios de los pueblos indígenas y en la Amazonía. Cuidemos la Amazonía viva, humanidad segura, que siempre nosotros decimos de que nosotros tenemos la solución. Los pueblos indígenas siempre hemos preservado, transmitimos nuestros conocimientos gracias a nuestros ancestros que han dejado nuestros territorios asegurados, que nosotros no somos migrantes en nuestro territorio, nosotros vivimos ahí, nuestros ombligos son enterrados en ese territorio y ahí vamos a morir. Y eso es lo que nosotros hacemos un llamado a todos los sectores y a todo el Estado que se unen a este tratado y también hacer los esfuerzos de poder venir nosotros como pueblos trayendo las voces de los pueblos indígenas acá. Y agradecemos a todos los aliados que se unan a esta lucha de los pueblos indígenas y la resistencia. Y por ello pedimos que exista financiamientos directos que lleguen a los pueblos indígenas, que no solamente queden en los ministerios, sino que lleguen al territorio de los pueblos indígenas y que nos apoyen a nosotros para evitar también estos tipos de impactos que tenemos en nuestros territorios, que nosotros podemos salir al frente a hacer las incidencias a nivel nacional e internacional. Sabemos muy bien que no hay un plan regional ni nacional, pero se debe trabajar para implementar este plan para que sean participativo también, incluido las demandas de los pueblos indígenas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ana. Importante la voz de las mujeres y de las mujeres indígenas del Perú, como bien lo han mencionado, y que han tenido esta experiencia lamentable sobre el desarrollo en la extracción, ¿no? Y esto recoge, para cerrar este segundo panel y dar una ronda final muy puntual sobre los mensajes claves por los participantes, es que, como decía nuestra primera expositora, bueno, del segundo bloque, Tania, nos tenemos que cambiar, no solamente transitar al sector, sino al sistema, ¿no? Eso es muy importante tomar en cuenta, porque no es solamente por bloque y por área, sino todo el sistema, porque esto implica un cambio, sino, como muchos mencionan, sería una nueva forma de extractivismo, la línea del desarrollo, incluso hasta de energías renovables con estos minerales críticos, ¿no? Transición para quién y para qué, y por ello la necesidad que en este enfoque de justicia y equidad. También en pensar en soberanía energética, que implica varias acciones también desde el resguardo de las poblaciones. Y cómo vamos en los países, ya desde Colombia se ha mencionado la necesidad de una alineación. Si bien es cierto, se ha felicitado la adhesión, por ejemplo, desde Colombia al Tratado de No Proliferación de los Combustibles Fósiles. Falta Brasil, falta Perú también, ¿no? Falta mucho para eso, pero la alineación en las políticas públicas, hay una línea de incoherencias que necesita ser aterrizada, incluso hasta la visibilidad, ¿no? No solamente un mensaje, sino la acción concreta, porque mencionaba en Colombia no hay una línea sobre transición energética como tal, ¿no? Está invisibilizado. Es necesario, sí, se habla en varios discursos, pero falta ser aterrizado de manera concreta, ¿no? Y en el caso de Perú, justamente con las experiencias de desarrollo vinculadas a la extracción de recursos, entre ellas como hidrocarburos, nos mencionaba Elaine cuáles son las afectaciones y los impactos, ¿no? Y incluso en esta misma línea de alineación también está pasando con Perú, se están promoviendo lotes de hidrocarburos en toda la Amazonía peruana, incluso costera también, ¿no? Sobre territorios indígenas, sobre áreas dedicadas donde hay pueblos indígenas en situación de contacto y aislamiento, y también sobre áreas naturales protegidas. Entonces, ¿cuál es la alineación y las coherencias o incoherencias en que están recayendo nuestros países, ¿no?, vinculadas al cumplimiento de las metas. En este espacio de la COP se ha hablado y se ha resaltado el Global Stocktake, ¿no?, donde visibilizan las metas y que ya en la siguiente ronda, hacia el 2024, deben presentar cuáles son de manera concreta y llegar a esta ambición climática, ¿no? Entonces, el sector bosque y energía son sectores claves para Latinoamérica, con estos requisitos y estas consideraciones a presentar para que puedan ser recogidos por los países. Entonces, dicho esto, muy importante, la consulta previa a los pueblos indígenas es lo que se ha señalado para cualquier proceso, incluso hasta de transición, ¿no? Dicho esto, quiero dar un pase de 3 minutos a cada uno de los participantes, aprovechando la plataforma y los espacios con mensajes claros y claves para los países y además en este espacio de la COP, dentro de las negociaciones, como mencionamos. El programa de trabajo de transición energética es un programa importante, pero no solo de fortalecimiento de capacidades, tiene que tener decisión. Y eso es algo que se ha planteado en sociedad civil y vamos viendo también las voces con ustedes sobre estas líneas. Te doy el pase, si gustas, para poder continuar en este mismo orden. Carla, gracias.
Sí. Muchas gracias también por la oportunidad de comentar un poco sobre aspectos que nos convocan acá en Dubái, que precisamente es lo que Iris aborda, que es particularmente la conversación de combustibles fósiles. Buscamos una decisión muy concreta que hable del abandono de los combustibles fósiles con fechas definidas y en ese esfuerzo también el programa de trabajo de transición justa que esté basado en los derechos y que reconozca las responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas. Este programa de trabajo de transición justa tiene que estar basado en la cooperación internacional. Los países del norte global no pueden pretender que este programa de transición sea doméstico ni nacional, sino que es un esfuerzo conjunto reconociendo que hay deudas históricas y hay reclamaciones de más de 30 años que deben de atenderse. Y claramente ese programa de transición justa se vincula profundamente con la conversación que aquí nos trajo. Y otro elemento que nos convoca para esta COP28 es la conversación sobre el balance global. Sabemos que el balance global es como una especie de evaluación del progreso colectivo de la implementación de los objetivos del Acuerdo de París. Y en particular el balance global entendemos que tiene que tener una mirada retrospectiva y una mirada prospectiva. En la mirada retrospectiva, nuevamente, el rol de los combustibles fósiles en la crisis climática. Y eso tiene que reflejarse en el balance global y tiene que reflejarse claramente en el texto. Y en una mirada prospectiva, justamente, ¿cómo hacemos para hacerle frente? Y el rol de los bosques en eso, el rol de la conservación de los ecosistemas, el rol que históricamente han tenido los pueblos y las nacionalidades indígenas en la preservación de estos ecosistemas claves para la estabilidad climática, pero también claves para la conservación de la vida, de las culturas y de otros elementos que nos constituyen como humanidad. Yo solo quería enfatizar que claramente eso invita a revisar las lógicas neoliberales y el modelo extractivista de nuestra región, y poner en valor, poner en valor a la vida, poner en valor a la naturaleza por sobre los derechos, o sea, más bien por sobre los beneficios económicos que solamente son capturados por unos pocos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias y les damos el pase, yo voy a elegir la moderación, por favor. A Gregorio Díaz, vamos en este orden para que podamos ver estas palabras finales.
Bueno, yo creo que es importante decirle al mundo de que aquí no estamos hablando de el futuro. Estamos hablando del presente, de lo que está pasando ahora en este momento. Y digo esto porque hay que evaluar si estas cumbres climáticas realmente están dando soluciones a la gente, a la naturaleza. Si vale la pena seguir oyendo promesas, solo pedir que el mundo empiece a exigir resultados, que de aquí salgan realmente resultados para solucionar esta triple crisis climática. Entonces, ¿cuál es el mensaje claro de los pueblos indígenas? Primero, nos preocupa que todavía a 28 años de esta COP28, los pueblos indígenas no estamos participando en las negociaciones. Las negociaciones son en otro lado y nosotros estamos en los pasillos todavía. Si somos los dueños de los territorios, si vivimos milenariamente en los territorios, ¿por qué no estamos en las discusiones ni siquiera como observadores? Están decidiendo por nosotros. Eso se tiene que tomar en cuenta. En segundo lugar, ¿cuál es la propuesta de los pueblos indígenas? Nuestra propuesta está bien clara, son planes de vida. Los planes de vida de los pueblos indígenas está diciendo que hay un manejo territorial, hay una gobernanza territorial que funciona. Está probada miles de años, ahí están los bosques, después de 5.000 años, ahí están los bosques en los territorios indígenas. ¿Qué más necesita el mundo para apoyar a los pueblos indígenas? Eso ya está probado, eso funciona, eso frena la crisis climática. ¿Qué esperan para apoyar a los pueblos indígenas? Entonces, ese es el mensaje. Y finalmente, pedirle a la humanidad que despierte, por favor, despierten, porque no se van a lograr los objetivos del clima si no hay conciencia con la naturaleza, si no hay respeto a la naturaleza, a los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Y sin los pueblos indígenas no hay lucha climática real. Entonces, si esta transición energética es demasiado costosa para nuestros países de Sudamérica o del sur global, que no tienen el dinero para paneles solares, no tienen el dinero para energía eólica porque es muy costosa, ahí está la experiencia de los pueblos indígenas. Lo hemos hecho gratis en los últimos 5.000 años. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Y ahora vamos a pasar a Colombia con Carlos Gaitán desde OPIAC. Carlos, ¿estás conectado? Por favor, ¿nos pueden confirmar? Mientras que hacemos esta reconexión, podríamos darle el pase a Gilio Semperi. Él es líder de la organización Comaro, el Consejo Machilén del Río Urubamba del Perú.
En caso de nosotros Bueno, por parte de nosotros tengo dos propuestas que se debe evaluar las contribuciones nacionales. ¿Por qué? Porque se debe accionar la implementación desde los territorios de los pueblos indígenas para poder incluir la participación y los representantes y poder evaluar. ¿Por qué? Porque en estas propuestas no se está incluyendo y no se está evaluando cuáles son los procedimientos que se debe plantear. Y el otro que nosotros venimos planteando, si bien cierto, esa es una propuesta sobre una nueva medida de NDS para que el sector de transporte del Perú gestione la infraestructura vial. ¿Por qué planteamos esto? Es que no hay una propuesta de parte del Estado peruano, pero nosotros tenemos esa propuesta donde, ¿por qué? Porque cuando hacen las carreteras, nosotros tenemos ya conocimientos. La carretera cuando hubo de Quimbiri a Quepasiato y todas las carreteras que hace el gobierno peruano en la Amazonía. No hay un estudio de impacto ambiental, no hay un plan de mitigación, no hay una consulta previa para los pueblos indígenas, sino el gobierno central, el gobierno regional, ellos hacen y deshacen cuando ellos quieren hacer una carretera. Por eso es una de las propuestas que queremos dar y que eso se tiene que plantear y que los gobiernos de Perú y los gobiernos regionales, eso va para el mensaje porque no hay una propuesta, ya los hermanos lo dijeron, que no hay una participación con los pueblos indígenas. Por eso nosotros pedimos esta consulta de que cualquier intención, el tema tanto hidrocarburo, tanto el tema de carretera, tiene que haber una consulta. Frente a eso, nosotros vamos a seguir defendiendo nuestra Amazonía y vamos a ser firmes. Siempre hemos defendido y vamos a seguir defendiendo. Nuestros hijos ahora nos ven nosotros acá presentes hablando en esta COP, aprovechando, pero nuestros hijos vamos a seguir hablando sobre el tema en defensa de nuestra Amazonía. Han venido nuestros dirigentes que no están, yo sé que en el cielo, los que han estado tanto COP pidiendo que se plantee una buena propuesta para nuestro territorio, para el cuidado de nuestro bosque, nuestra madre naturaleza, no están acá, pero somos conscientes que nuestra fuerza y que la fuerza que ellos nos dan, podemos llevar algo y poder solucionar nuestras problemáticas que venimos teniendo. No hablo en Perú, sino hablo en toda la Amazonía del mundo. Creo que invoco a toda la Amazonía del mundo. Es hora de unirnos como pueblos amazónicos. Tenemos las mismas problemáticas. Somos indígenas de diferentes pueblos, de diferentes países, pero ya es hora de unirnos, de buscar una propuesta, de estar en las negociaciones grandes, que no estemos acá, sino que estemos negociando para realmente cuidar el tema de medio ambiente y nuestra madre naturaleza. Muchas gracias, que Dios les bendiga a cada uno de ustedes.
Gracias, Cecilia, por este importante llamado. Y ahora pasamos rápidamente los últimos 10 minutos, con 3 minutos cada uno. Ana, Prieto, este está mensaje claro para el tema de Latinoamérica en transición energética. Creo que hay varios aspectos que quisiera resaltar en estos los mensajes finales. Uno tiene que ver con el tema de la participación, que ya han mencionado los compañeros, que no es posible hablar de procesos de transición, no es posible hablar de una gobernanza, no es posible hablar de la posibilidad de pensar, de construir rutas distintas sin la participación efectiva de los pueblos, no solamente discursiva. Muchos informes de los NDCs reportan que ha habido procesos de participación, pero en realidad esos son realmente mentiras que hay en muchos espacios, que solamente se presentan los resultados, pero sin haber involucrado realmente a las necesidades, las demandas y las propuestas de pueblos indígenas. Creo que esa transición tiene que ser en los espacios locales, nacionales, pero también en estos espacios internacionales, donde realmente hay una participación efectiva de los pueblos. Otro aspecto importante es que la transición energética, pero los procesos de transición justa no pueden construirse si no hay una transición pensada también desde lo que es el género, lo generacional. El tema y el enfoque de género interseccional tiene que estar presente en el debate en torno a la construcción de lo que son estas rutas distintas. Y no puede haber estos procesos de transición si es que no se involucran también a lo que son los territorios, las comunidades, en lo que son las tomas de decisiones. Otro aspecto importante tiene que ver con, no podemos hablar de transición justa, de transición para los pueblos, que ya está en la narrativa, incluso las corporaciones de los bancos multilaterales, de los gobiernos. Creo que, pero esa narrativa se está vaciando de contenido y hay que tener muchísimo cuidado con eso, ¿no? Se está vaciando de contenido en el sentido de que al parecer le ponemos el adjetivo de justo, pero en realidad está permitiendo solamente profundizar las injusticias y las brechas que hay en los territorios. Creo que es importante tomar en cuenta este aspecto. Otro aspecto importante es lo que mencionaba al principio, es necesario pensar la transición y lo que es la construcción de estos compromisos nacionalmente determinados desde un abordaje de conexión, de relacionamiento, de recuperación también de la espiritualidad y la conexión con el territorio. Eso significa que tenemos que repensar los indicadores de compromisos nacionalmente determinados. No podemos reducir a cuestiones técnicas que nos mienten, pero que además ofenden la inteligencia de las comunidades, de las poblaciones, y que creo que es importante el exigir como sociedad, pero sociedad unida, organizada, el definir nuevos indicadores que nos permitan realmente hablar de procesos de transición, hablar de procesos de transformación y hablar de la construcción de mundos distintos. Y otro aspecto que también creo que es importante es no olvidar estas luchas y resistencias que han hecho los pueblos indígenas en todos estos años de negociación, pero en también muchísimas décadas de los movimientos sociales. Es decir, las deudas históricas, pero también las brechas que ha generado este modelo, la devastación y el despojo que ha generado este modelo, no se puede quedar en la nada y construir desde lo que son estos indicadores procesos que en realidad nos mienten día a día y que creen que no somos capaces como pueblos de generar procesos distintos. Y con esto también termino. Creo que un aspecto central de esta COP en particular, pero de los escenarios de la COP en general, es que debemos hacer frente a la corporativización de lo que significan estos espacios. Hay cada vez más corporaciones que están discutiendo negocios, miles de billones de dólares que se discuten en estos espacios y no se consideran los miles de billones también de pérdidas que significa para los territorios el mantener un sistema inequitativo, injusto, depredador y también patriarcal. Creo que el hacer frente a esta corporativización significa el rechazar todas las falsas soluciones que vienen desde estas corporaciones y donde los gobiernos son cómplices al aceptar estas falsas soluciones, que lo único que hacen es mercantilizar la energía, mercantilizar los territorios y mercantilizar la vida.
Gracias. La voz de Latinoamérica es muy importante y queremos pasar rápidamente con Andrea desde Ambiente y Sociedad. Dale, Andrea, 3 minutos finales.
Sí, listo. Claro que sí. Bueno, voy a resaltar 5 elementos básicos rápidamente. 1, la necesidad de articular las NDC con los marcos normativos nacionales que ya existen. Otro, trascender de lineamientos y discursos a la acción. Creo que eso es muy importante. Tercero, fortalecer ejercicios e iniciativas de transición energética comunitarias, no solo corporativas, que es lo que se está viendo en este momento. También consolidar un sistema de información. 2, y los impactos, ¿no? Es necesario para prevenir como estos errores y esas injusticias que ya han tenido los proyectos de energía tradicional. Y por último, también resaltar o que es muy necesario reconocer el papel que tienen los pueblos indígenas y las comunidades locales para llegar a esa gobernanza energética justa. Lo dejaría así.
Muchas gracias, Andrea. Y finalmente, Elaine Han, por favor, tus palabras finales como parte de la conclusión de este espacio sobre energía y también voces desde los pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía peruana.
Bien, bueno, yo quisiera terminar mi participación con este mensaje. Las voces de las mujeres que hoy en día a día sufren en nuestros territorios por las contaminaciones, es pedir al Estado peruano, en especial a MINEN, de que trabaje de manera articulada con los pueblos indígenas y también recoja las propuestas de las organizaciones que venimos. No solamente que nos escuchan, escucharnos, recoger las propuestas, pero no tomar en cuenta, es algo que para nosotros es una discriminación total como pueblos indígenas y una falta de respeto, porque nosotros pedimos cómo queremos ser atendidos, ¿no? Entonces, en este caso, yo quisiera decirles de que las mujeres solicitamos, pedimos al Estado peruano que ya no más concesiones petroleras en nuestros territorios, ya no más contaminación en nuestros territorios, ya queremos vivir también en paz nosotros, ya no queremos sufrir de infecciones, de diferentes enfermedades que sufrimos, porque nosotros no nos bañamos en ducha, nos bañamos en el río, y esos ríos que están contaminados son los que nos afectan a nosotros las mujeres, que día a día sacamos nuestros alimentos de estos ríos, de estas quebradas, de estas cochas que nosotros tenemos. En ello yo quisiera hacer un llamado a todo el MINAM, que no solamente se tome en cuenta venir acá y plantear, sino trabajemos de manera articulada con los pueblos indígenas y la participación de la mujer, siempre tomar en cuenta la participación de la mujer. Y eso es uno de los pedidos que nosotros hacemos también, y agradecer a los aliados que no nos dejen solos, también nos sigan apoyando para poder seguir resistiendo, porque nosotros cada vez más estamos sufriendo muchas amenazas. Si no es petróleo, viene la minería; si no es minería, vienen las concesiones, nuevas concesiones, tala ilegal de madera, entre otros, captura de carbono, que vienen ofreciendo tantas cosas en las comunidades. Y eso es lo que nosotros cada vez más estamos resistiendo, y en eso hacemos un llamado también de que los pueblos indígenas somos los propietarios, somos los que vivimos somos los que cuidamos nuestros bosques, que no es justo que nos tengan en el pasillo y no nos tengan ni siquiera como observadores las negociaciones. Solamente nosotros estamos afuera, saliendo, compartiendo nuestras experiencias, y que para la próxima COP nos tomen en cuenta la participación de los pueblos indígenas, que es importante porque somos nosotros. ¿Acuerdan acá dónde van a ir a trabajar? En el territorio de los pueblos indígenas. Si no hay un buen acuerdo, si no hay una buena negociación, si los pueblos indígenas no hemos sido partícipes en esas negociaciones, lamentablemente todos esos acuerdos quedan en el aire, porque nosotros no lo vamos a permitir más explotación petrolera en los territorios de los pueblos indígenas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias participantes. Una foto colectiva, por favor, para bajar ya en la sala. Y con esto hemos concluido el Side Event, Gobernanza, Implementación y Seguimiento de las NDCs sobre Energía y Bosques en América Latina.